Das. I'm a mechanical engineer with close to 6 years of experience in the mining industry. Until recently, I was working at Voltas Limited, handling B2B sales and aftermarket services for their mining products. At Voltas, I was given the opportunity to learn and grow while running the business. I chose to do an MBA to fast track this growth and apply my skills in sales, marketing, operations, and contract management. After close to 6 years of experience, a 1-year MBA seemed ideal for my needs. But why XLRI, you may ask? Specifically for the program in general management. This allows me to learn about all facets of management before making an informed decision about my specialization. I won't lie, a 1-year MBA is very fast-paced, but my time at XLRI has been fun, and the application of the theoretical concepts in real life never ceases to amaze me. With this, I welcome you to XLRI. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ankita Singh and I'm currently pursuing my ExPGDM course from XLRI Jamshedpur. This is their flagship 15-month course provided to professionals having 5+ years of work experience and who are ready to take that next step in their career. This course provides me an opportunity to learn from one of the best faculty ensembles in the country, as well as a platform for my career development in the desired field. This is one of the best programs offered by a legacy institute like XLRI, and hence I was attracted to this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to KRONOS'. I am Sayak Biswas, a student of the ExPGDM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. So coming to this program, I had close to 5 years of experience in companies like TCS and Capgemini. I developed multiple Android, iOS and Windows applications, created chatbots, as well as led a small team in data protection and GDPR projects. During this time I realized that the roles where I really wanted to be in required a thorough understanding of different businesses and its processes. So I decided to join this MBA program. I'll be honest with you, this program is absolutely transformational. The richness and the diversity of the class have helped me gain numerous new perspectives, while the life outside the class has been equally dynamic. I have been able to interact with more than 20 business leaders from different industries in these last 2 months. I feel joining this program has been the best and the most life-changing decision of my life.
After a successful driven tech career in TCS, I was looking to expand my knowledge in business. XLRI being one of the first 4 B schools across the world and first in India to start a 1-year MBA program, which is currently known as ExPGDM. This is the reason why I joined XLRI. The program not only hones our leadership skills and creates a solid foundation of knowledge, but also empowers us to think beyond the possible. During my tenure here, I'm learning from the best faculty, networking with a really talented bunch of people, and also participating in numerous activities which is honing my leadership skills. Thank you.
I'm Swagato Das, a mechanical engineer with close to 6 years of experience in the mining industry. Until recently, I was working at Voltas Limited, handling B2B sales and aftermarket services for their mining products. At Voltas, I was given the opportunity to learn and grow while running the business. I chose to do an MBA to fast track this growth and apply my skills in sales, marketing, operations, and contract management. After close to 6 years of experience, a 1-year MBA seemed ideal for my needs. But why XLRI, you may ask? Specifically for the program in general management. This allows me to learn about all facets of management before making an informed decision about my specialization. I won't lie, a 1-year MBA is very fast paced, but my time at XLRI has been fun, and the application of the theoretical concepts in real life never ceases to amaze me. With this, I welcome you to XLRI. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ankita Singh and I'm currently pursuing my ExPGDM course from XLRI Shaipur. This is their flagship 15-month course provided to professionals having 5+ years of work experience and who are ready to take that next step in their career. This course provides me an opportunity to learn from one of the best faculty ensembles in the country, as well as a platform for my career development in the desired field. This is one of the best programs offered by a legacy institute like XLRI, and hence I was attracted to this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to KRONOS'. I am Biswas, a student of the ExPGDM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. So coming to this program, I had close to 5 years of experience in companies like TCS and Capgemini. I developed multiple Android, iOS and Windows applications, created chatbots, as well as led a small team in data protection and GDPR projects. During this time, I realized that the roles where I really wanted to be in required a thorough understanding of different businesses and its processes. So I decided to join this MBA program. I'll be honest with you, this program is absolutely transformational. The richness and the diversity of the class have helped me gain numerous new perspectives, while the life outside the class has been equally dynamic. I have been able to interact with more than 20 business leaders from different industries in these last 2 months. I feel joining this program has been the best and the most life-changing decision of my life.
After a successful driven tech career in TCS, I was looking to expand my knowledge in business. XLRI being one of the first 4 B schools across the world and first in India to start a 1-year MBA program, which is currently known as ExPGDM. This is the reason why I joined XLRI. The program not only hones our leadership skills and creates a solid foundation of knowledge, but also empowers us to think beyond the possible. During my tenure here, I'm learning from the best faculty, networking with a really talented bunch of people, and also participating in numerous activities which is honing my leadership skills. Thank you.
Sabato Das, a mechanical engineer with close to 6 years of experience in the mining industry. Until recently, I was working at Voltas Limited, handling B2B sales and aftermarket services for their mining products. At Voltas, I was given the opportunity to learn and grow while running the business. I chose to do an MBA to fast track this growth and apply my skills in sales, marketing, operations, and contract management. After close to 6 years of experience, a 1-year MBA seemed ideal for my needs. But why XLRI, you may ask? Specifically for the program in general management. This allows me to learn about all facets of management before making an informed decision about my specialization. I won't lie, a 1-year MBA is very fast-paced, but my time at XLRI has been fun, and the application of theoretical concepts in real life never ceases to amaze me. With this, I welcome you to XLRI. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ankita Singh and I'm currently pursuing my ExPGDM course from XLRI Jamshedpur. This is their flagship 15-month course provided to professionals having 5+ years of work experience and who are ready to take that next step in their career. This course provides me an opportunity to learn from one of the best faculty ensembles in the country, as well as a platform for my career development in the desired field. This is one of the best programs offered by a legacy institute like XLRI, and hence I was attracted to this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to KRONOS. I am Sayak Biswas, a student of the ExPGDM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. So coming to this program, I had close to 5 years of experience in companies like TCS and Capgemini.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
This is Piyush here from the Conclave committee.
Good morning.
We will start in a few minutes, sir. How are you, by the way?
Sure.
Good morning, sir. We welcome you to this conclave. So, good morning, everyone. So, we have Mr. Suresh Narayanan, MD Nestle India, with us today. So, Mr. Suresh Narayanan is the Managing Director of Nestle India. He has handled a variety of functional and general management roles across the different countries. He has a strong track record of performance credibility and leadership skills. He owns a bachelor. Sorry for the convenience. He owes a bachelor's degree from Sri Ram College of Commerce, followed by a master's degree in economics from Delhi School of Economics. He began his career as a general sales manager in HUL, followed by associate director in Colgate-Palmolive. He also pursued his leadership development program from London Business School. In the year 2008, he has started his journey with Nestle Singapore as a managing director till 2010. He was awarded the Medal of Commendation by the Government of Singapore in 2010 for excellence in employee relations during this challenging period. He then continued as a CEO for Egypt and head of NEAR, where his initiatives resulted in significant business growth and investment. Mr. Narayanan was chairman and CEO of Nestle Philippines prior to joining Nestle India. He is currently the chairman cum managing director of Nestle India Limited. He has been associated with Nestle for the past 13 years and has served in extremely niche positions. He is also the member of Corporate Social Responsibility Committee for the Board of Directors of the company. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ankita. And it's a privilege and pleasure for me to address all of you on KRONOS. I believe that it is one of the flagship programs of XLRI, and XLRI is an institution that my organization Nestle has been associated with for many years. So it is a privilege for me to join you all today. I believe that I have about an hour's time with you. So what I will do is probably talk for about 30 to 45 minutes at best, giving about 15 minutes of question time, which you may like to ask any questions that you might like to hear from me. Once again, I think my own perspectives that I will share with you today, and it is on the subject of leadership agility. And in the post-pandemic phase world, leadership and agility are both going to take on very different meanings. And since all of you are aspirants to leadership roles in organizations, some of you probably have your own businesses or propose to start your own businesses. I think it's important to remember a couple of things as you embark on that on this journey. Also, these are my own personal experiences. So therefore, I am not for a moment, referring to any leadership books by John Cotter or by any of the other well-known authors on leadership theory and development, because honestly, the only practice that I know of leadership is what I have been privileged to be on, and have observed people from my position, and also learned from a lot of people as I've gone along. So therefore, it is more from that context. So what is it that is defining us today? If you really look at the pandemic world and the post-pandemic world, we are still in the throes of the pandemic. So incidentally, those of us who think that we are back to 2019, I think we'll have to wait a while, because it doesn't look like the pandemic is leaving us in a hurry. There are 4 characteristics of the post-pandemic world that is going to impact us all quite significantly. Number 1 is the brush with uncertainty. We have all lived on a fairly predictable platform of the world. So whether we are in academic institutions, or whether we are students, or whether we are politicians, or whether we are business leaders, wherever we have been, as they say that nature abhors a vacuum, and the markets dislike uncertainty. Unfortunately, now we are got into a phase of acute uncertainty. There are no patterns to be drawn. There are no best practices to be evolved. There are no inferences to be drawn from the way in which the pandemic has moved across countries. So countries which think themselves of having licked the virus are now coming back strongly, and having a surge of cases, surge of infections, and the economic fabric and the social fabric is getting decimated very quickly. So it is being unbuilt, rebuilt, and then again unbuilt. So there is uncertainty. This is something that is not new to many of us, but the size, scale, and the sustainability of uncertainty is the question at hand. And I think that is something that all of us will have to face, right from the academic institutions where you graduate from, to the jobs and careers, and to the opportunities that you will end up with. Second is, I think this pandemic, contrary to many people's beliefs, which thought that it will affect all sections of society, today it shows that inequality actually is going up quite rapidly. The ones who have been affected the most are the weaker sections, the poorer people, ones who have to do a daily job in order to earn their livelihoods, people who depended on the service economy, people who depended on a lot of activities. For example, if you look at the tourism sector, or you look at the entertainment sector, these are people who are talented people in that particular sphere. They are not trained to be chartered accountants, or they're not trained to be computer scientists. They are trained to be what they are. So travel guides and hotel folk and other people running the hospitality sector. So that's one sector. Look at the aviation sector. Again, there's been a serious meltdown. Jobs have been lost. As a consequence of all of this, I think inequality in the world is going up. If you look at the number of agitations that are taking place, in some part of the world, it is taking place because of people getting fed up because of the pandemic. The restrictions of the pandemic. The masking, the social distancing, the lack of facilities, and the lack of events around sports, around music. especially young people like you are more affected, because that is, this is a stage of life when you want to live to the full and not be tied up at home. But unfortunately, apart from people who are protesting because of the restrictions of the pandemic, there is a large section, and you see this erupting in different parts of the world, Latin America being one of them, where it is a protest against inequality. That the fact is that this is, the rich have become vastly richer, the poor have become vastly poorer. So inequality is a reality that you have to face now in the post-pandemic world. It will take, it's a speculation today whether will it take a few years or will it take decades to build back to where we were. But the fact is that is the reality that faces us. A third is unpredictability. Uncertainty is one, but if uncertainty has a finite time limit, then predictability starts. But today it is unpredictability. You don't know. I mean, the fact is that many of us in companies plan for 3 years and 5 years and 6 years. But we little realize that the next quarter, the next week, the next month is itself in jeopardy. And we are not able to predict it as well as we have in the past. So continuous algorithms that take trend lines and put forward projections for the future are now being increasingly redefined. And that is where the concept of agility comes in very, very strongly, as I will talk about it. At the same time, when you have uncertainty, when you have inequality, and when you have unpredictability, you also have huge opportunity. And I think that is what, as leaders, you need to look at. Opportunities for new business models, opportunities for new propositions, opportunities for new services, opportunities to enhance the footprint of organizations, opportunities for fresh engagement. All of these are defining a new paradigm for not only work, but also business that is coming up. And that is probably the most exciting part of this otherwise dreary and dreadful pandemic. So if these are the four traits, and there are different trends that are going across the world. If uncertainty, inequality, unpredictability, and opportunity is what the pandemic is throwing up, what would be the kind of leadership traits to cope with the above? I have, from my own experience of handling different crises at different times, and this time also in the pandemic has given me I don't know whether it is an opportunity or whether it is a responsibility or a duty. It's a combination of everything. Has given me the mantle to look after the crisis for the company as well, which I work for, which is Nestle. So I have quite simply put down what I call the 8 A's of leadership, and I think these 8 A's will kind of define some of the characteristics of leadership that we need to look at, and that I would suggest that you would also merit from looking at as you move forward. Number one is, and this is the most important and centerpiece of all leadership, is articulating your values and purpose. You are in a world that is uncertain. You are in a world that is unequal. You are in a world that can't be predicted, and yet you have to find the not only the physical compass but also the moral compass to be able to put forward what is it that you would like to achieve with your life. And I think it is important to reflect on this, because this reflection will lead you to a manthan, as they say, as a little churn, and give out for you what is it that you would like to be known for, what is it that you would like to stand for. Now, some of our values, most of our values, in fact, come out of our upbringing and childhood. And I think our parents, our teachers are probably the most formative, involve themselves in the most formative stages of our lives. So therefore, if you're living with certain values, you can trace it back to your family, you can trace it back to your parents, you can trace it back to the school, and you can trace it back to the influences that you've had. In fact, they always say that, after your parents, it is the primary school teacher who's probably the most important individual in your life. Because many of us have learned from and imbibed and been inspired by our primary school teachers. And after that, everybody else adds on a layer to it, but the core is still formed by that primary school teacher, by that initial impression that that he or she has given us in our lives, and the values, whether it is honesty, sincerity, humility, decency, respect, compassion, whatever are the values that you would like to live with, you need to be able to articulate it, and you need to be able to live by it. So articulating your values and purpose is extremely important. So when you choose a job, when you choose a career, I think it is important to reflect on what is it that you would like to be known for in that. Not known for in terms of achievement of a level. You can join a corporate consumer goods sector and say, I want to be chairman of the company, but that's not a purpose. That's more a peg. That's more a laddering that you're looking at. But what is it that you would like to be known for? Would you like to be known as a professional, honest, and a action-oriented professional, or would you like to be known as a thoughtful, compassionate, and nurturing kind of professional? What is it that you would like to establish in your own path of life? And yes, the journey of life will take you through different vicissitudes. It will take you through different lanes and different jungles. But if you have that moral compass in front of you, defining the purpose and values, I think it's a good starting point, especially in uncertain times. The second one, and I think this probably is the most important part of leadership. Leadership is not about managing others. It is about being certain about yourself. We always think that leadership is about managing others. We always think that I need to have 200 people, 200,000 people working for me. And my job is to ensure that I whip them into shape and that I do the things that I'm supposed to do. But reflect on it. Your capability of doing that is directly proportional to the ability to manage yourself. And by what do I mean by managing yourself? By managing yourself, I look at 2 or 3 characteristics. Number one, your attitudes, your approach, your outlook on life, on career, on the job, on the task. That's number one. Number 2 is your emotions, your ability to articulate and ability to coagulate the tangible actions that will be driven by a thinking process and the emotive layer that you give it by your own emotion that adds to it. So that is the second part of what you do. And I think the third part is really your state of physical and mental well-being. These are extremely important, and these are not things that you should be looking at as secondary. These are, in fact, the first priority items that you need to put on the table during difficult times. Now, all of us, including me, have all been through very difficult times in the last year and a half. Our capability to cope with it has been in direct proportion to our attitude, to our outlook, and to our longer term view on what we want to do with our lives. Some of you have been extremely stressed. Some of you have been extremely calm about it. Some of you have been mixed. Some of you have seen personal tragedy. Some of you have seen, who in the second wave has not lost a colleague or a friend or a relative or someone whom we know well. We know them to be happy, healthy individuals, and suddenly they go because of this terrible virus. Now, the fact of the matter is that in all of this, I think the ability to manage yourself, to manage your emotions, to manage your attitude becomes extremely important, because that then translates into the way in which you look at your teams, you look at your way in which you navigate the organization, the way in which you react, the priorities that you put, right? For me, during this entire pandemic, my priority number one, and it may surprise you to know this coming from the head of a fairly successful company, was people. People was more important, purpose was more important than what profits got generated. Doesn't mean that profits are not important. Didn't mean that I told my team that look, to business performance be damned, and we just have to do unidimensional actions. But I think what was important for us was that the safety, the security, the mental and physical well-being of our people, who indeed are the core of the organization, is far more important than pursuit of certain business goals and business objectives at this point in time. And I have observed that if you are able to do the former well, which is focusing on your people, focusing on their needs and their requirements during this very difficult time, the business results do happen. These are not mutually exclusive. And I think this is something that is all about managing yourself. When you are sure about yourself, when you are not seeking personal glory from a pandemic, when you are not seeking to put a stamp of authority or of superiority in the time of a pandemic, you start doing your very best. And you're humble about it. And when you are humble about it, your team around you is also more comfortable. Your team feels more secure. Your team feels more confident. Your team feels assuaged that some of the concerns that they have, and what are the concerns that they have? They have concerns on their health, they have concerns on their family, and also at this point in time, concern for their jobs and for their salaries. I mean, how many companies are there around in this country who have ensured that no jobs have been lost, no salaries have been cut, and people have been rewarded fully and completely for their performance? I pride myself in leading a company which is one such. And I know that there is a great responsibility in all of us to be able to deliver the business results as well, to keep the pot boiling in our homes. But the fact of the matter is that stems from an ability to manage yourself. So don't neglect this. Don't neglect this. Many a times, what puts you down is not the business circumstance, but the personal circumstance. And that personal circumstance is defined by the ability to manage yourself. Third, anticipation. Insofar as we talk about agility, agility is the nimbleness and is the capability to be able to adapt yourself with speed, with reassurance, and with resilience to a new circumstance. Anticipation is looking through the periscope. As a business leader, as someone who's responsible for the fortunes of a small organization, large organization, that is only a matter of reference. You have to constantly not only look at the engine room, you also have to look through the periscope. A leader who doesn't look through the periscope can lead his ship or his submarine to hit the iceberg, because you will not see it. We'll be so worried about the engine room. No, our ability at micromanagement is so high that we don't look at the macro management of what is coming ahead. The rear view mirror is more important than the windscreen. When the rear view mirror becomes more important than the windscreen, you don't know where your car is going. So you, along with your passengers, can go and have quite a deadly hit. An accident sometimes can be fatal. And it's fatal not because the people sitting in the car are disoriented or are disinterested or are dispirited or are dishonest. It is simply because the leadership has chosen to look at the rear view mirror and not look through the windscreen. Because in the driver's seat, you need to look through the windscreen and not always at the rear view mirror. So it's important to anticipate, and anticipating what follows in terms of people, in terms of the way in which people are going to interact with and work in new workplaces. That's a big debate. Some companies, those very companies that said that, look, we will allow our people to work 100% work from home for their lives, are today saying September we will get them back to the offices. Right? Something has changed. something has changed, which means that you have to be able to anticipate the mood and tenor of your organization. I was reading a survey somewhere that said that almost 50% of people would quit their organizations if they are forced to come back to work at the office. And there are another 50% who say that we will also quit the organization if this organization continues to be work from home. So the dilemma of a leader is, what do I do? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. This involves anticipating the mood, the attitude, the spirit of your organization and of your people. And there is no management technique to do that, apart from surveys and apart from listening and apart from imbibing what the business essentials are. Anticipation in terms of business. There are going to be some new business models that are going to be created. There are going to be other business models that are going to be destroyed. The ones that are destroyed, if they are not able to pivot into a new, improved, relevant business model, they will cease to exist. How many businesses do you know in this pandemic which have ceased to exist? Not because they were lousy businesses, but because they were not resilient enough to pivot to an alternate business model at the time when they needed to. And that is one of the tragedies, that it's not just the Kodak moment, or it is not just what happened to Nokia, right? I mean, these are legendary companies that had very clever people. They suffered from a certain myopia. Now you are suffering from the lack of flexibility in the way in which you think about your business. This route, no, not possible. I will not do it. I don't think it's a good idea. This one, no, I will not do it. I am known for a core proposition. And one of the tragedies is everybody is tied up with what they call the core selling proposition or the core value proposition. And they don't want to pivot it into anything that could be a core value proposition, but set in a new context. And that is the role of anticipation. And number three, the environment. How are people, how are governments, how are regulatory bodies, how is politics, how is society going to be post the pandemic? And if some of your businesses have got a direct impact on society, then you better know what kind of impact it is likely to be, or what direction it is likely to be. Again, remember, I told you it's unpredictable, but you still have to have some plan, some idea, some nuance on where and in which direction the wind is likely to blow. That is anticipation. Number four, agility. Agility comes in four different contexts. Agility of mindsets. It's very important to have an agility in your mindset. To have those little seeds in your mind that says there is a way in which I can interface what I am doing with another business model or another proposition that could be allied, that could be interesting for me to expand my footprint on. Agility in terms of options. Today I have a completely brick and mortar option. How do I get to a digital option? How do I pivot the digital option? Simple example. There were vegetable sellers and fruit sellers who had a brick and mortar model before the pandemic. Some of them pivoted to an e-platform of customer service. They set up websites, they had delivery models, and they were able to give fruits, vegetables, and a few other things. Some of them have managed to survive this pandemic. Some others are thriving and doing much better than the vegetables that they sold from their stalls in the mandi or in the neighborhood shopping area. So these are ways in which you look at options and keep your mind open to options. The capability of an agile leader post-pandemic is to be capable of changing the tires of a car while in motion. That's the agility of the leader. No business leader has the luxury to be able to stop everything and say, मैं गंगा को रोक दूंगा, and then I will look at a new business model and a new evolution to come. The trick lies in being able to change the wheels of the car while in motion. And that means that it involves not just a lot of science and engineering to be able to understand how do you use the pivot and the fulcrum, and how do you use the lever which doesn't exist at that point in time physically, to be able to change the tires of the car, but also to allow it to be in motion, because you don't have the luxury of it to stop. That is agility. It is a characteristic that is difficult to find, easy to talk about. Fourth, decisiveness and risk-taking. The agile leaders are those who are decisive in the direction in which they want to move. You cannot afford to be atrophied to take decisions in an environment that is volatile, that is uncertain, that is unpredictable. You have to take those decisions. You have to punt the risk. There are some who risk a lot. There are some who risk low. The ones who risk low are not necessarily the ones who are going to be the winners. They might actually get trampled by the elephants. At the same time, the fellows who punt the whole company might not necessarily be the winners. Some of them will be, and then they'll become the glorious icons. They will then join the ranks of the Narayana Murthis and the Azim Premjis, of people who have really pivoted organizations to global status by taking a lot of risks. But they could also join the ranks of some of the defunct businessmen who are now part of the insolvency tribunals in order to decimate their business models. So agility would come in mindsets, would come in options, would come in being capable of being able to change the tires of the car while in motion, and finally, in terms of decisiveness and in terms of risk-taking. Number 5, this element of leadership applies at all points in time, but it has never become more important than in the pandemic. Authenticity. Authenticity, or the capability of a leader to transmit to his team and to his organization the one simple message: you get what you see. Many leaders have this mukhota, have this mask. All of us wear masks today because of the pandemic, but there are some who've been wearing masks for a long time. As there's a famous Hindi song that said, "Asli chehra samne aaye, nakli chehra chupi rahe." Right? So there is the point of creating an impression of being a strong, decisive leader when you're actually weak-kneed, indecisive, and completely stressed. Authenticity is the capability to be human, the capability to empathize, the capability to be compassionate when and where it matters. Authenticity is also the capacity to show firmness, to show decisiveness, to show anger, and to show displeasure when it merits it. When you have blown the whole company, if your boss says, "Well done, young man, you have really done a great task," right? You know that is not authentic. You probably think it is sarcastic, but maybe it is not even sarcastic. Maybe it is just plain foolish. So authenticity and compassion will be very, very important. As I keep saying, that in a crisis, you don't run a company, you serve a family. If you look at your company as serving a family, the way in which you approach leadership is very different from the statement, "I run my company." I run my company has got a transactional element to it. You do, I give. But when you serve a family, It is we do and we give. And there is a big difference in that. In difficult times, it is your culture that comes to the front. At Nestle, I'm very proud of the culture that we have set. We are a people-centered company. And because we are a people-centered company, during the pandemic, our people have gone to great lengths. I've talked about it in recent articles, about the salesman in Sikkim who walked for 14 kilometers for 3 days to get the permission to start distribution of the company products. About the Nestle Health Science executive who managed to organize for a life-saving protein, Peptamen, which is given in post-operative care in a city when it was out of stock and a child was going to die in 2 or 3 days if she wasn't provided that. He organized it, had it flown, had it couriered, had it transported by a car and given to that patient. What about that sales executive who carries stocks in his car and distributes it to the shops so that they're able to get the beloved brands of the company at the time when the consumers need it? These actions are not incentivized. I don't give them 1 month's salary as bonus. I don't give them certificates. I don't, hold a party for them. But yet I feel extremely proud of them because they reflect the culture of the company. Culture is that unspoken language that comes to the fore in difficult times, but for which you have to nurture it in good times. You can't suddenly start doing culture training when your company culture is nondescript or is toxic. Suddenly saying that, in this pandemic, I need a culture that is more supportive, so therefore we'll have supportive training. It doesn't work that way. You guys are studying at the best human resource skill management center in the country. I'm sure your professors haven't taught you that start working on culture when the building is going up in smoke. You do it before that. But authenticity and compassion are extremely important. In my own career, in my own experience, I have been very tough about targets. I've never given up on targets. I don't allow myself to. My team knows it. You can talk to my team. I never let on the goals that we set for ourselves. But I always relent on the altar of empathy and compassion because we are human beings and we'll be remembered for how we made the other man feel. We will not be remembered by the great factories we have built or by the net worth that we have created for the company or indeed for any other grandiose business egotistical achievement that we can be proud of. Number 6, ambiguity. Ambiguity and the ability to embrace it. Uncertainty and ambiguity have a distinction. Ambiguity throws up some elements of certainty and many elements of uncertainty. And you are therefore confused in terms of action. If something is uncertain all the time, you take a certain decision vector and you take a decision process and you arrive at a certain set of decisions. But when it is ambiguous, when it is twilight, when it is darkness and it is bright light, when it is black and white, both together, when it gives you signals that things are likely to improve, at the same time it gives you signals that things are going to get worse. That situation of ambiguity is something that is distasteful to many leaders. We always pride ourselves in being decisive leaders who thump the table and say yes or no. Don't say maybe. But the world is full of maybes. And your ability to manage your fortune, your futures, your careers, and your aspirations lies in your capability to embrace as many of the maybes that come your way. And that is a characteristic that the post-pandemic world will throw at you. Number 7, ambition. I encourage all of you to have an ambition. Ambition is not a bad word. I had an ambition. Unlike many of you, I was neither a chartered accountant, nor an engineer, nor an MBA. And yet when I joined the corporate world, I had the ambition. I said, I must do well in this, in whatever I'm doing. Do well, reach a certain stature and reach a certain level where I can say, my parents' wishes, my own education, and my own aspirations have been vindicated. An ambitionless person is a person who will find it very difficult to progress with life with a sense of satisfaction in the corporate or in the business world. In a spiritual world, you can do it. Without having ambition, you can continue because your aspiration there is different. It is not seeking to achieve something. It is seeking not to achieve something. And that's a very different calling that comes to some of us when you reach a level of spirituality. But ambition is ambition for the self. That's important. I encourage you to have it. Ambition, more importantly, for your team. You know, it's very interesting. And I was reading the other day, there's a nice book that has come, the Tata Stories. Please do read it if you can, by Harish Bhatt. It's a nice story there on Sumant Molgaonkar, the first founding director of Tata Motors, what was then called Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company, Telco. And he was a perfectionist. And there is an incident that is recounted by Mr. Arun Mehra, who's a very celebrated, very respected professional, who says that they had put together a contraption and they had presented it with the cooperation of Mercedes-Benz. They had shown it to, they made an exhibition of it and they invited Sumant Molgaonkar to come and see it. He had one look at it and he told Mr. Mehra, he said, Arun, come to my office. He called him to the office and he said, did you see that machine? He said, yes. He said, how can you have hydraulic pipes that are not straight? How can you have hydraulic pipes that are going in different directions? This is a shame. Disassemble, recreate that machine, and I want every hydraulic pipe that is straight. That is our excellence. And I think it is that spirit of excellence that you need to set for your team. Imagine if Mr. Molgaonkar had just seen it and said, yeah, looks great, looks fantastic, let's go ahead. Someone, maybe that one out of the 100 person in his team would have said, the boss standard is not outstanding. Chalta hai will do. Chalta hai will not do. And I think it is the task of a leader to stimulate, to inspire, to insinuate performance in the team. That's why you are paid. You're paid to be a leader, not to manage yourself. You're paid to be a leader, to inspire others to do things that they are not capable of doing in their own estimation. The ability to get ordinary people to do extraordinary things is the task of a leader. And that can happen only when there is ambition in the leader, not only for himself, but also for the team. And finally, also for the community. You and I are proud Indians. You are of a different generation, I'm of a different generation. You have more of a runway ahead of you than what I have. I am towards the end of my career. You are towards the beginning of your careers. And yet, if you do not have an ambition to prove the management competence, skill, capability, output, tenacity, passion, and sustainability of what Indian managers can do, I think it will be a shame. We've already established ourselves. Incidentally, there are many companies now which have got Indians at the helm, global companies. But it is very clear that each one of us will have to establish that standard in our own teams and communities if the collective has to be bigger than the individual. And that comes only with ambition. And finally, all-encompassing actions. Your task of being agile starts with the word action. And your role as leaders will be if your actions are all encompassing. We call it the 5 P's at Nestle: purpose, people, planet, performance, and profits. So there is a clear link between all of them. And that is going to happen only when leaders look at holistically the ambit of their decision making, their impact, their footprint of what they seek to do. Because only then can you be a leader who is not only great in what they do, but also agile for the future. So these are the 8 A's, as I call it: articulating your values and purpose, ability to manage yourself, anticipation of what follows, agility, authenticity and compassion, ambiguity and embracing it, ambition for the self, for the team, for the community, and all encompassing actions. I would like to stop here and to thank you all for your patient listening. I do hope that this is of some use to you as you navigate and contemplate your own journey in life. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. We have, I believe, 15 minutes more. I'll be happy to take questions that you might have. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. So we'll just be open for the questions now. We already have raised hands. So Tanya, can you go ahead with your question?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, Tanya, you're audible.
Yeah.
So, sir, in this current situation, we are not sure what is going to be the road ahead for the industry, particularly post-COVID. So what, according to you, think that going to be a permanent future ahead? Is it going to be a more flexible hybrid work culture? This is my first question.
Yeah.
And the second question is, how, according to you, organizations should work on improving the emotional quotient of the employees? Is EQ going to play a much larger role in this world?
Good questions, Tanya. I think taking your first question, I honestly believe that the future will evolve differently on 3 platforms. It will evolve differently in terms of the kind of activities and the role of technology that will be played in different tasks, in different economic activities, in different societies. So that will be one. That will be quite different. We talk about, for example, a lot about AI and machine learning and the usage of this in terms of how it will replace jobs. I honestly believe that the post-pandemic world might bring it to a bit of a halt. It may not happen as rapidly as we think, because now people will contemplate and say that if things are going to be as uncertain as they are, then how can we use everything to algorithmic machine learning in order to make predictions for the future? So I believe that there will be more work or human interfaces in technology that will happen rather than technological interfaces in human activities. So that's one. Workplaces will get defined. I think we ourselves as a company are looking at now what I call location agnostic talent. My head office is in Gurgaon, but if there is a bright marketing person who needs to be in Bangalore for the foreseeable future, I don't see a problem in that, because a person can travel whenever there needs to be traveled, but otherwise you can be working from home. So I think there are advantages of the pandemic that will redefine the way in which companies look at talent. The gig economy can become a very important part of it. Many of you might choose not to work all your lives. You might decide to take breaks, either because of family reasons or because of personal reasons or whatever. I think that will start getting redefined. And indeed, I think one of the things, EQ has always been important. I mean, if you look at the correlation between CGPAs at business school and corporate performance, there is sometimes an inverse correlation. The higher the fellow scored on campus, the more modest the career was, and some of the backbenchers, as they call it, became the front benchers in industry. So it's not because they were idiots; it's simply because they were doing other things as well, apart from sitting in the library or doing whatever. So I think the role for emotional quotient, the role for compassion, the role for decency and respect. My view, it should go up. It should go up because honestly, people will stay with your organization. I mean, who wants to be paid $1 million a month in a company with a toxic boss, a toxic business, and toxic outcomes? I mean, we all lead one life, and in this pandemic, we are not even certain of that life. We could get this. How many of us know of youngsters who got the virus one fine day, and in 2 weeks' time are in the ICU, and in the third week they are gone? So we are living in a very, very uncertain world. And I think the role of compassion, the role of empathy, the role of making people feel wanted at times when the pandemic is making them feel unwanted is probably a very important task of leadership. So I do hope that these things happen. A lot of hands I can see up.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Swagato. I had a very good time with your lecture. It was really enlightening. Just wanted to understand something that leaders I've seen, even though they seem very simple on the outset, but they have some habits for agility and these minor habits that build them up to be successful leaders. So when you're talking, you are greatly explaining the concept of agility here. So if some tips or tricks that you do in your day-to-day life or on a regular basis that builds that up for you, so that might not happen for somebody who's maybe down the line, somebody my age or somebody just a few years older than me.
Look, I think the start of agility comes with two things. Apart from, of course, an active interest in being active, both mentally and physically. I mean, I do keep myself mentally and physically active every day, work-wise and non-work-wise as well. I think there are two things in being agile. Number one is being receptive, and number two is being humble. When you are humble, there are things that you try out to be agile, which you will not do if you have a big ego. If the fear of failure, there are, in my team, there are numerous people with numerous ideas, especially in things, for example, on digital or technology. I must say that I'm a novice. I mean, I don't know much about these things because I've not been trained that particular way. But I keep myself actively and receptively listening when somebody is sharing a piece, a new idea, or something that is going to add value to a brand or to an experience. And I think if you keep your mind receptive and your ego in low key or with greater humility, your ability to be agile becomes actually better. I mean, look at some of the great spiritual leaders. Their agility, their physical agility and their mental agility comes from a calmness, a receptiveness, and a humility that makes them who they are. And I think if we adopt this, and Swagato, you can't start by saying I will be agile tomorrow. It's not a business KPI action result kind of phenomenon. It is something that you'll have to accept within yourself that I would like to move in that direction, and then take the steps to make that happen.
Hi, we can have the question from Shivendu Ranjan now.
Yeah, hello, sir. Very good morning.
Right.
My question to you is, if you were at our age, where we are trying to get into the leadership role in future, what would be your valuable suggestion for people like us right now, based on the COVID scenario and other things?
I would. It's a good question, Shivendu. I would really suggest three things. Number one is do what you would really like to do. I think, the tragedy of many of our lives is we'll end up doing what our parents wanted us to do or what our teachers wanted us to do. We seldom land up doing what we want to do. We discover it much later in our lives, and then it is too late, because then we are tied up with family commitments and societal commitments and ego and various other things, and we don't allow ourselves to do it. So number one, if you are doing what you are doing and you like what you're doing, then pursue it. Number one. Number two is don't fret and plan too much about the future. If you asked me the question 30 years ago, would you be the CEO of a company? My answer would have been no. I don't know. I never planned to be. There are some people who come and say very cockily and confidently to you that, I planned this and that's what happened and that's what I became. There are those rare savants and rare kind of human beings whom God, fortune, and hard work have all come in the same direction. For many of us, things happen a lot because of accident. We just happened to be at the right place at the right time, or we did a few right things. Somebody noticed us, and things happen. So don't agonize about your future. Number three, be realistic in your expectations. You are going through a difficult environment today. We are in economies of jobless growth. And the fact is that in a situation where many of the jobs are getting eaten up because of the fact that companies are becoming more conscious about costs and other considerations, you have to paraphrase realism in the expectations that you have about your future and about how it will evolve over a period of time. And number four, pursue the path of happiness rather than pure success. The tragedy for us is that the more we pursue pure success, the more materiality gets attached to it. So pure success means a large office, it means a large organization, it means a big car, it means a big house, it means this, it means that, it means various things. None of this can make you happy or can make you eternally happy. Happiness is something that you seek from a combination of your work, your relationships, your interface with the outside environment, and the inner peace that you have in yourself. As Sant Kabir once said, I am a great fan of Sant Kabir and the dohas, and he had this beautiful doha. He said, "Jab main tha, main as in my ego. Jab main tha, tab hari nahi, God. Jab main tha, tab hari nahi. Ab hari hai, main nahi. Ab hari hai, now there is God, main nahi. Sab andiyara mit gaya, jab deepak dekhe mahi." All the darkness went when I looked at the light in myself. Discover the light in yourself, and I think you can lead a much happier life. You may have less money, you may not have 5 Ferraris, and you may not have a private plane, and you may not have any of those things. None of us need it. Ultimately, the pandemic has made us realize one thing. It has made me realize one thing, that I can live without 90% of the things in my house. I can live without it. I mean, honestly, I don't need it. I've never looked at it. I've never cared for it. I've never bothered for it. Now during the pandemic, when I had the free time, I discovered it. Arey, ye bhi pada hai, ye bhi pada hai, ye bhi pada hai. And then you realize, kuch kaam hi nahi hai. 20 years, you've not even seen it. You possess number of shirts and trousers that you've never worn in your life. And now some of them don't fit you. Or the colors look bizarre on you, right? So I think if you take this kind of approach to life, you will, I know it sounds philosophic and you'll say, you can say this now that you're the chairman of a company. No, it's fine. I've always pursued this in my life. Believed that work is important, believed that life is important, believed that relationships is important, believed that interfaces, trying to do as much good for as many people is more important than being known as a great business leader who produced a huge amount of profit. So today people keep crediting me a lot with all that happened post Maggie and the growth of the company, etc. Now I smile. All I did was I provided the spark. The rest of it was done by the 10,000 people who work in my company and the partners and everything else. So I think if you take it in that way, life will be much happier.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll have Nirdesh now.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Sir, I would like to start by congratulating you for completing 40 years in the corporate industry a couple of months back. And it is a real privilege and honor for each and every one of us here to hear, and get insights from you. While reading your LinkedIn post on, completing 40 years in the industry, I really came across and picked up on 3 lines which are very important to me. You mentioned happiness is more important than success, contentment is more important than acquisition, and giving is more important than taking. My question to you is, sir, we as aspiring managers sometimes get lost into competition so much that these values, we have to make a conscious effort to kind of, incorporate these values. So what are your suggestions so that we can have these values come to us subconsciously rather than it being a conscious effort?
It's a very good question. It's a very good question, Nirdesh. And let me be very honest with you. I have been on that treadmill. I have been on that treadmill of anxiety. I have been on that treadmill of jealousy. I've been on that treadmill where I have felt bad when people got promoted before me. Right? I was in a pressure cooker cultures, positive pressure cooker cultures, at Hindustan Lever or Colgate or Nestle. I mean, these are all. There is a pressure on performance. You can't just hang around and do nothing. And yes, I've been on that journey, but I think one of the things I have reflected ultimately is that life evens out. Somewhere things happen that suits you better than you think at that particular point in time, either assignments or developments or exposures or whatever it is. So I think my only suggestion to you is to develop the ability to reflect, to self-reflect. Every once in a while, when you're out on holiday with your family, when you're up in the hills or by the beach or wherever you go on a holiday, just spend half an hour to 1 hour with yourself and just reflect, through the mind's eye, take a kaleidoscope view of your life. Kya maine kiya hai? What have I done? What am I doing with myself? What are the high points? What are the low points? And then you will realize, Nirdesh, that all this anxiety and jealousy and ill feeling that you felt for somebody actually is materially nothing. It's in the long run and in the way life pans out, it is actually nothing. But then you burn yourself up during that period. So I think it's more a reflection of what you seek in your life. What relationships, what work-life balance, what hobbies, what community involvement. Your generation, God bless you all, you are far more socially conscious, far more oriented towards giving than what my generation was. My generation was very happy getting good jobs. we all got decent jobs. We all were paid well. I'm your parents' generation. So, your parents are reasonably well off. We have never suffered. Some of us have suffered, but not all of us have suffered. We've had decent lives. So that's what we think is what life is all about. But you are going to be in very different circumstances. So I think if you calibrate your life with reflection, it will help you a lot.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, could you take another last question, or should we end it?
Oh, sure. We can go on till probably to 11:10, 11:15 for about 10, 12 minutes. I don't mind.
Okay, sure, sir. So we'll have Aditya asking the next question.
Hello, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your enriching and inspiring talk today. So my question is that it's with regards to change in work culture. We have come across that people have a inherent resistance or a sort of inertia to sudden change. And if you're talking about work culture, then that change may not be that insignificant. It might have a significant impact, not just in their personal life, but also how they work, how they contribute, how they are productive towards the company. So my question is, how do you, as a leader of a MNC, how do you navigate that particular hurdle? How do you help people get over that inherent resistance?
Look, I think it's a good question, Aditya. And for me, the centerpiece of any work culture or work practice is the purpose and values of your organization. I mean, ultimately, at Nestle, for example, our value is respect. That's our most important value. Respect for ourselves, because you can't achieve if you don't respect yourself. Respect for each other. We are a multinational, diverse, multi-ethnic company. Respect for diversity. We have a strong desire and a component of women who work in our organization. And I think respect for diversity is extremely important for us and defines the way in which we look at behavior and culture. And respect for the future, which is that we are ecologically and environmentally, we want to be a company that is at the cutting edge and that wants to do more good for society and for the environment and secure the future for our future citizens. So in an environment where respect is centerpiece, ethics, honesty, diligence, decency all become important elements of the way in which we work. So if somebody likes those kind of environments, they are happy. And then we find a lot of people who work in the company for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. Some people don't like the culture because they think that it's too soft and it is too decent. They want a culture to be a punch in the face. I can tell you, Aditya, you're an idiot, and you should be able to say, Mr. Narayanan, you're an idiot too. Right? Our culture is not like that. We respect each other. That I will respect Aditya. You're younger, but I respect you as a human being, and you will have the same. You say you're older, but I respect for whatever wisdom and whatever values you carry in your life. So I think whenever I found purpose and values at the center of the workplace culture change that we are looking at, things become much easier. When you're asking people to be dissonant with the purpose and values of the organization, it is like carrying water up the hill and you will not succeed. And that's what sometimes companies tend to do. Some new CEO comes and he says, I want an aggressive, brash, in-your-face culture. Arey bhai, wo nahi hai. That's not the way these people are built. They are built to be a decent, compliant, respectful organization. They can't become this. Kawwa chale hans ki chaal. Ho nahi sakti. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the business world.
Thank you, sir. We'll have Deepika now.
Good morning, sir. It has been a blissful 1 hour listening to you so far. So my question is more from a realistic scenario. The Maggie fiasco that took a strong hit on Nestle back in 2015, sir. So I'm sure it would have been an extremely crucial time for the organization to have handled this crisis as a whole. But as we all know that you fought like a warrior and came out immaculately well. So, sir, coming to your point where you defined agility as a situation wherein one is capable of changing the tires of a moving car. So my question would be, how difficult was it for you to have handled that traumatic episode of Maggie fiasco, and what exactly did you did while the problem was happening and the organization was at equally moving pace in the market? How difficult was it for you, sir?
Good question, Deepika, and I'll be lying to you if I didn't say that it was probably the most traumatic period of my career. I think what was more traumatic for me was not dealing with the environment, but was dealing with my own people. Because we are a very proud culture, but we are a very special culture. People are very proud of working for Nestle. There is enormous pride in doing what we do. And we got suddenly shattered with this allegation that came to us. And I think my whole focus at that stage was trying to build the morale and build the confidence and build the enthusiasm of people within the organization for the relaunch and for whatever we did with Maggie. And Maggie is such an important brand. No, it's not only an important brand for you, Deepika, but it's a very important brand for us. It's a brand that it's not our biggest brand, but it defines the way Nestle is looked at. Most people will look at a Kit Kat or a Nescafe or a Maggie and say, this is what Nestle is, right? So I think to that extent, since it was a heartbeat of the company, it was more difficult to really work with the people and get them to kind of to accept what has happened and to start building the bricks back. And then, of course, my own dealing with the environment and the media and the regulator and various other things. But again, that was, I would say, the easier part, because if you're in a culture where dignity, respect, and where professionalism is important, you're able to deal with that quite easily. It's not an impossibility for you. It's more to deal with the people. And they were youngsters. When I came in 2015, the recent batch of management trainees had joined. So I remember talking to them and saying that, look, you might think that this is your misfortune, that you've joined a company that has got into a huge crisis. And, it's one of the companies that you chose to join. But I can tell you that you'll learn more from the crisis than you'll ever learn from good times. And that's exactly what some of them who are still around in the company, they say that we learned more during those traumatic months than what we have learned ever since. So I think it's a difficult experience, but I think when you see people flower and bloom and come out of it and do well, then there is a great satisfaction of a leader that can't be described. That you feel it's almost like your children who do well in life and who achieve something. You feel happy that that they're doing this now and they're capable of doing this, and that's the happiness that a leader like me, having spent 40 years, can look forward to.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll have the last question from Diksha now.
Thanks, Ankita. Hi, sir. Good morning. So you have talked a lot about the importance of culture today. And my question revolves around a different aspect of culture. So, sir, Nestle is headquartered in Switzerland. So as we work in these global companies, there are a lot of discussions that as leaders we might have with global teams, cross-cultural teams, right? Including important business decisions like setting business targets. And one of the experiences that I have personally had is sometimes while interacting with global teams, people have a perception that they can't be assertive, even if they have a solid basis for their argument. They would just take it, whatever comes from the global teams is the last word. This is kind of a perception that we have had here. and sometimes even managers or leaders do exhibit it. So the team members do not feel comfortable voicing their opinions. So since we would be working in a more virtual world where we would be having interactions with global teams, so is there any advice that you would have for us to ensure that there is an assertive culture within our teams that we could inculcate while interacting with global teams?
I think it's a good question, Diksha. And in my observation in all these years, and since I've worked at 3 multinationals, I think I'm qualified enough to talk about global teams and international work settings. I think there are 2 or 3 things that are very important for any Indian who seeks to involve himself or herself with the global teams. One is a sense of self-confidence and assurance. I think one of the things that Indians lack, when we go as tourists, we behave in one way, but when we go as professionals, we behave in another way. When we go as tourists, we behave as if we own the country, but when we go as professionals, we behave as if we are cleaning the chairs in that meeting. So I think there needs to be a sense of self-assuredness, not self-assuredness, but self-confidence in what your inherent capability to bring to the table is, number 1. Number 2, less of an anxiety to talk, more of a yearning to contribute. Unfortunately, our selection mechanisms, and I'm sure that would have happened when you joined XLRI as well, is group discussion participation, which is more measured by decibel levels than by content. Class participations, right? You have to put up your hand for every little thing because your professor must know that Diksha is the brightest girl on the planet. So that's the second thing. So look at contribution more than participation. I think that's the second thing. And number 3 is never think that your culture is inferior. We always have this slight thing, hum unke jaise nahi hai. We don't dress up like them. We don't drink wine like them. We don't know about football clubs in Europe. So what? You know about cricket clubs in India, right? And you know a lot more about the Eastern philosophies and culture than what anybody else knows. So self-confidence, contribution rather than decibels, and third is no feeling of inferiority or superiority. Sometimes we also suffer from a superiority complex. When we deal with the Western world, we feel inferior. When we deal with the Eastern world, we feel somehow superior. Both of this is very damaging. And since I've been on international assignments for a while in my company, I can tell you that cultures, if you understand people well and you understand where they come from, you will be surprised to note, Diksha, that actually the way in which we are as human beings is very similar. What we are seeking is very similar. We all want dignity, we all want respect, we all want empathy, we all want understanding. We want a boss with a sense of humor, a person who encourages you and improves you and makes you a better human being than what you are. I mean, I've worked across different cultures. Today still, and I'm out of Egypt for the last 6 years. And yet I have friends from Egypt who write to me every time there is a wedding in the family, a child is born, they change a job, they keep writing to me. I'm an Indian, they are Egyptians. We are different cultures, and yet there is a bond, a human bond that is formed. So I think if we approach it in that way, we will find a very stimulating and inspiring experience. But if you put blinkers in front of the 4 areas that I talked about, then it can be quite a miserable experience. I think there was a question from Ekta, I believe, Ankita. You've told her
Yes,
no more
so there
questions,
was,
so
but we thought
maybe
we thought
you
we
could
won't
ask
have
her.
time. Sure, Ekta, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights.
Come.
My question was, like, in this uncertain scenario, can we say that the intuition or the experience which a manager holds is the key driving force for decision making? or like there are tech tools also which might not be so robust in case of the uncertainties. So how much do this technical analytical results and all influence the decision making, and how do we strike a balance between these two?
Decision making in the workplace, or decision making in making choices on people?
Workplace, sir, and choices also.
Workplace. Look, workplace, I think, the role of technology is becoming very, very important, whether it is digital, whether it is robust systems. Now that, most companies are embracing the cloud in a big way, I think the constraints of data storage and processing is no longer such a major constraint for us. So I really would urge us, I think ultimately, your generation is going to work completely with technology. I mean, when I think of myself, if I were to apply today for a job, I won't get it, because my technological capability is rudimentary. I am a real Dehati immigrant into technology, whereas all of you are natives. You were born at a time when technology was already well evolved. So I think, understand technology, but don't be infatuated by it. I think our problem is infatuation with technology. We want technology to be in everything. I keep telling my people, interfacing with people. I mean, I would have loved to come to XLRI and talk to all of you. I mean, I feel, it's whatever I'm interacting with you on a Zoom call is the benefit of technology, but where is the human spirit? The human spirit is still not there. So I think it is important to balance a active interest and curiosity for technology and applying it with an infatuation for it and making it the center of your life. At least I believe that technology can never be a center of your life. Technology is meant to be a servant and a tool. Technology is not expected to be a be-all and a master. And therefore, the human capabilities of decision making, of timing, of experience, of wisdom will still remain. And that's why you'll have old people like me around in companies. Otherwise, you'll throw us out. नहीं? एक दिन बोलो कि भैया बुजुर्ग आदमी बैठा है, ये क्या, he's giving philosophy lectures. Let's see him out of the company.
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I understood. Yeah.
Right. Ankita, that's it. We are done.
Yes, so we're done with the questions. So
okay, thank you. There's one.
So,
Meghna has asked a question. Is it a very long one, Meghna?
So do you want me to read out the question?
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question on leadership development. How do you look at the increasing competition from Indian companies, like Indianization of products?
Leadership development from Indian companies.
Yes, increasing competition from Indian companies, like Indianization of products. Like a lot of companies are getting their own products, the Indian companies. So how does that look in the competitive landscape?
Well, I think ultimately, people buy brands, and people buy brands because they find it useful, they find it resonant, they find it relevant, and they find it of the right value. So if you are in that space, I mean, we are a multinational company, but our ask 10 people on the street, and they will tell you that Maggi is Indian because the masala is unique. I mean, there's nobody else who makes that masala. So there is a uniqueness to it. So you can be from any part of the world, but if you are relevant and if you're resonant, I think you have a place in the pantheon of brands. So that's what keeps us awake, and that's what keeps me inspired. The more competition comes, the better it is for me, because then I have to work harder to make myself relevant. So okay, with that. Ankita and the rest of the audience at KRONOS, my sincere gratitude to you for listening to me patiently. It takes a lot of patience, and it takes a lot of courage to listen to somebody for an hour and a half. I do hope that it has been of some use to you and whatever I've had to share, and for you to reflect at least, even if it's of no use, at least to reflect on. And I do hope and pray. I'm an elder than all of you, so I do hope and pray for your safety, for your great careers, for happiness and joy ahead. And yes, we will. I do hope that if some of this is of use to you, I'll be very happy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. So on behalf of the entire cohort of XPGDM at XLRI, I'm extremely thankful to you. And I think the 8 A's and 5 P's which you have given us today, I think that would guide us in our journey ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I will now hand over the stage to Manish to welcome Anurag.
Hi, sir. Good morning. So,
Hi,
hey,
Manish.
everyone. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
So now we have Mr. Anurag Patnaik, who will be sharing his thoughts on how to be the best candidate for hiring. Mr. Anurag Patnaik heads the Human Resources Department at Nestle. He is a computer science graduate from Biju Patnaik University of Technology, Odisha. He then pursued his MBA in Human Resources from XLRI Jamshedpur and joined Nestle in 2005. During these 16 years, Mr. Anurag led many programs and initiatives across Nestle at various levels. He has expertise in various HR domains, including compensation and benefits, organization designing and restructuring, recruitment and employee retention. So some of his noteworthy contributions are like restriction of new hire attrition in nutrition business in South Asia region by leading the end-to-end recruitment strategy, including right recruitment mix, recruiter capability, and introduction of psychometric tools. He also rolled out Nestle Continuous Excellence for Finance and Control to strengthen people practices and build line manager capability. And he designed a successful compensation strategy as part of the market business strategy, ensuring buy-in from global leadership team. I welcome you in this conclave, sir, and we are super excited to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. It feels really nice to be a part of KRONOS after a very, very long time. I have really, really strong and fond memories of Excel. I passed out in 2005, which is a very, very long time back. But it has played a very, very critical role in where I am today, in my personal as well as my professional life. In fact, I met my future wife in Excel. We got married after we passed out from Excel after a couple of years. So it has added an element much more than just the professional, you could say so, in my life. Feels very nice to be back. As Suresh was saying, it would be really nice if you could have traveled and been with you physically in the campus. But I do love this piece of technology which allows you to connect with so many people across the world. One of the most brilliant pieces of technologies like Teams and Zooms, which I like the most, is it brings all of us to a very common and equal platform, right? All of us are a equal section of the computer screen. When you're doing physically, there's a lot of hierarchy, there's a lot of organization, there's a lot of, someone is larger than the other one in meetings. But technology sort of equalizes everything. It brings down everything to the bare essentials. It's a very interesting topic, which I'm sort of trying to talk to you guys about in terms of how can you be the best candidate? And it's a very difficult question to answer. But before I sort of get into how do we do that discussion, I wanted to share a few slides with you. I am somebody who has worked with Nestle as an organization for a very, very long time. My professional journey, my enrichment has happened through working with leaders like Suresh. It's a very important part of my learning. It's a very important part of my personality today. And I use that as a sort of reference to answer your questions. I don't know how you guys are running the session, but I'm very comfortable if you want to sort of stop me during the slides and ask your questions, point out any concerns. I would love to have a discussion with you rather than using my slides and talking to you through one. So please feel free and comfortable to stop me, ask your questions, give me your comments. I'm just mindful of the time as well. So just help me out with the time. I would request Manish, you as the host, if you see any challenges.
Sure.
Yeah. Just let me know when you guys can see my screen. Because normally in offices, we use Microsoft Teams. So I'm using Zoom after a very, very long time. Can you
It's
just let
visible
me
now, sir.
is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So when I try to ask a question, and I was thinking about how do I answer this question, because if you listen to business leaders today, and I sort of joined the last few minutes when Suresh was talking to you, and I think one of the very good questions was, how do you work in an organization which is such a global organization? How do you influence global teams? The nuances in every organization are changing today very, very drastically, right? The external world is changing very, very fast. I mean, in the last 1.5 years, COVID has sort of brought a diametric shift in the way we work within organizations. And I'm sure you have experienced that in your academic life. Traditionally, and like I think Manish, you mentioned that I sort of introduced a psychometric assessment test and that was like some 12 years back when we used to hire for our nutrition business. But things are changing. And one of the feelings, one of the decision parameters, which I would request you as future employees of Nestle or of any other organization, to keep that in mind, that it is now equally important for you to identify the right organization for you. Like organizations today make a lot of attempts to identify the right candidate for them. And there is the reason why I am saying this. So probably the question which you are asking is not the right question. And I'll try to sort of take you through my stream of thought, why I think that the question which you should be asking is something different. Just to start on a bit of humor, I mean, you can see the Dilbert cartoon. I mean, today, I'm sure every time you go to an organization and you go for an interview process, there are different psychometric tools, there are different assessment processes which people need to go to. We take it very seriously. Our processes are designed around our business needs. But it's just to sort of, sometimes these processes do take precedence over the actual need of the organization and employee. So that is something which we need to keep in mind. Because I have worked with Nestle, I'll try to answer your question through my experience in Nestle and hope you guys don't mind it. And again, as I said, you can always sort of stop me and tell me that, Anurag, this doesn't sound interesting, or come back to me with your questions. When you want to understand Nestle, or for that matter, any organization, when you are looking at it as an organization as your future employer, I think it's very important to understand the context of that organization. Where does that organization come from? What are the basic values of this organization? Now, if you look at Nestle, one of the underlying themes of Nestle is respect, whether how we respect each other in the workplace. How do we respect our consumers or our customers? How do we respect our stakeholders? And there are more than enough examples which I can tell you about. But why that's the case? Because if you look back at the history of Nestle, and I don't know whether Suresh sort of discussed this with you, but Nestle started in somewhere around 1867 in Switzerland. And it started because at those points of time, premature babies could not be breastfed. And Henri Nestle, he started to come out with a product which could be given as a substitute for mother's milk to premature babies. So that's the origin of this organization, right? And what it means is that there is a very, very strong inherent respect for life. There's a very, very strong inherent respect for quality. But at the same time, it's into the food and beverage business. So you sort of want to bring that respect of your product into the local food and beverages taste of the country. So one of the biggest differences in a food and beverage company is, though you might be a global organization, like you see in Nestle, we are presenting today in around 200 countries across the world. We have around 400 factories in around 100 countries. Our CHF sales varies in the range of 80 to 90 billion CHF, depending upon the currencies and everything. This year, the global Nestle business has achieved a growth of around 8.1%, which is one of the best achievements in the past few years. But in this global organization, the consumer is local, right? The food which we sell to our Indian consumers is very, very different to what we sell in the USA or what we sell in the Europe. So it's a very interesting mix of a large global organization running a very, very localized business. Because you're selling food, food is probably one of the elements of our society, of our culture, which is very, very local. So I think these are the kind of nuances you need to understand about an organization before you are thinking of working for an organization. Because it's not anymore about being the best candidate for a role, but it's about being the best fit for a role. And I think that's a very, very important difference, right? Because, and I'll again try to give you a lot of examples. Why do we go back to that philosophy of not being anymore a best candidate, but being a best fit for that role? If you sort of again drill down and look at Nestle in the Indian context, and I'll not spend a lot of time here. Again, it's a very diverse organization. We have a nutrition. So our largest businesses are nutrition and foods, right? So nutrition, obviously, our mothers are our main consumers. The baby consumes the feed. The mothers are who are the making the buying decisions. If you look at foods, again, it's the mother in the family who takes the buying decision immediately. But when you look at the other spectrums, when you look at pet food, when you look at chocolates, then my consumer becomes very different. What it means is that when I am looking at a marketing talent, when we are looking at talent management, when we are looking at succession planning, when I'm looking at a leadership for a nutrition business vis-a-vis a chocolates business, the profile of the successful candidates are very, very different, even within Nestle in marketing. So again, that's the nuance which you need to keep in mind. You need to be very aware of what your strengths are, what your functional and behavioral competence is, and then use that as to identify the right roles, the right organization for you. I think that shift in mindset is very, very critical. Sometimes, yes, those challenges do come because of the overall economic situation. But again, the point I'm trying to make here is even if you look at the Nestle South Asia business, there is this huge diversity of businesses, and different businesses require different skill sets. Moving on, I think like I was trying to mention, one of the biggest unique aspects of the Nestle business or any other organization which is into the food and beverages business is the food which we sell. Now, if you look at our demographics, if the map is clear enough for you, depending upon the geography with which I am selling. So let's say if I am selling coffee, majority of my business for coffee happens in the south. If I look at Masala Magic, which is our value-added aspects of the foods business, majority of that, because of the spice mix, it happens in the north. If you look at the future strategy of Nestle and of a lot of our competition, the sales approach is getting more and more granular, depending upon which part of the country I am selling into, depending upon which product I am talking about, whether it's a premium category product, whether it's a popularly PPP product. So depending upon the socioeconomic class of the product, depending upon the geography of the product, my sales strategy, the kind of people I want in this sales role is changing. So there is this huge level of granularity which has come into sales, which now impacts the kind of talent I need to hire for these different roles. Today, if you look at post-COVID, a lot of my demographic economic shift has happened from the large cities to some of the tier 4, tier 5 cities, right? So to sort of get that opportunity, Nestle is moving into what we internally call as urban. So I want different sets of talent for that specific geography who will go into smaller towns in UP, Bihar, or in the southern parts of the country and then get further penetration. So today we cover around 4.2 million outlets, but the universe is around 10, right? So there is this huge opportunity to increase my penetration, and the kind of talent I need is different from the kind of talent I have had in the past. We are investing hugely in India. So we are putting up a new factory in Sanand in a few months. There is another investment planned for the next few years. So India is a country where Nestle very strongly believes in. And in that context, again, we need different kinds of talent pool depending upon our priorities going ahead. So that again gives you a very, very broad idea of how the business is structured. And even within one business of Nestle India, what is the variety, what is the diversity which I want in my workforce? And that's just from a business point of view. So few of the things which we talk to about our internal employees and to our external candidates, what we provide to you as an organization. And these are the elements you should be looking at if you want to be the best candidate. And this, I strongly believe it's not only applicable in the context of Nestle, but it's applicable in the context of any successful organization, most of these elements. So now if you look at Nestle, and I don't know how many of you have studied about Nestle or about other organizations, you will see that there is an increasing importance of not only achieving business results, but achieving those business results with a clear sense of purpose. Now, if you look at Nestle, Nestle has committed that by 2025, all our packaging will either be recyclable or reusable. By 2050, Nestle has committed that there will be zero net greenhouse gas emissions as far as the organization is concerned. These are business targets which put up a lot of challenge in terms of our bottom line, right? Because whenever we start working on sustainability, whenever we start working on these initiatives, there is a huge economic cost to this. There is a huge economic cost which impacts my bottom line. But it starts and it originates from the origin of having a purpose in the organization. And that is where it is so critical that you look for roles now, you look for organizations now where you can create an impact. And that is what we mean by creating impact. The other very, very important thing, and I think Suresh was talking about, is diversity, right? And diversity typically in organizations is seen in the context of gender. But diversity is a much larger agenda than that. Diversity is important for us because in an organization, you want different kinds of people who push for different ideas, who discuss different ideas and come out with creative solutions. So when you are trying to answer the question, how can I be the best fit candidate for the organization, whether it's Nestle, whether it's any other organization in the Indian context or in the global context, I think the most important thing which you need to keep in mind is authenticity. You need to be yourself. You need to be clear about your own strengths and weaknesses. You need to be understanding how do my strengths and weaknesses, how does my purpose, how does my value sort of merge with the organization, and try and take a very principled stand on that, and then try and define what are the organizations I want to work on, what are the roles, what is the career plan I want to do. But being yourself is very important. And I'm sure in different classes, in different forums, you hear about authenticity. But that's a very, very important element of our leadership DNA in Nestle. And I think it's a very, very important element for you to be successful professionals going ahead. Never sort of compromise on your basic values, because those values are the sort of founding principles of how you become then as personal life or professional life. But that's again a very, very important element. The third important element, which I would like to sort of focus when you are thinking about being a successful candidate is evolving every day. Again, I sort of, if you look at the challenge today, I'll give you a very interesting example. So today in Nestle, which has around 10,000 people around, 80% of my workforce is millennials, and 20% of the rest of them are baby boomers or the older generation. So it's a very interesting dichotomy because most of our leaders, like you met Suresh, are very, very senior people who have come from a very different generation, but who are leading teams of people who are millennials and now Gen Z. So there is this huge difference in the demographics, in the way people react to technology, in the way people react to remote working. A lot of our leaders are very uncomfortable and they have slowly gotten used to remote working. But our younger generation sort of has thrived in this scenario. So again, if you want to be sort of successful, and these challenges, these changes, the speed of these changes is even quicker than it was ever in the past. So evolving every day, continuously learning, I think that's one very, very important aspect of how you want to be a successful candidate going ahead. Again, we'll try to show you some examples of how we want to do it internally, because learning now has been evolving so quickly. You know, earlier, if you look at my talent management team, I used to give them a responsibility of creating the right content for my employee population, giving them what the business needs. But right now, it's not about creating content anymore. It's about curating content, because there is so much to learn in the outside world. There is so much content available. It is again just to sort of identify your own needs and start learning in the context of your role, in the context of your organization. The fourth element, I think, which is something specific to Nestle, which might not be common in other organizations, is for us being a successful candidate, one of the very, very important elements is a candidate should be someone who can work with others, who can work with his shareholders, who can work with his stakeholders, and be better together in that context. Like I was trying to talk to you about the context or the history of Nestle, there is a very strong element of respect. Whenever we work on any critical project, whenever we work on any critical business decisions, whether it's the Maggie crisis, which the company sort of faced together, we had a lot of challenges during GST, like any other organization. So the team has always worked together, and that's one of the strengths of Nestle. So for me, again, and it's true for any organization to a very large extent, right? So again, if you want to be a successful candidate, you need to have the ability to work with others and to improve with others, which is very critical. So that when you are working as a team, people sort of benefit from what you are achieving and vice versa. So again, it sort of ties off with evolving every day to working and learning from each other. But these are sort of the four key critical steps of, when you are looking at this question of how do I be a better candidate? But as I said, I mean, you sort of need to move that needle a bit, because the better candidate for different businesses, the better candidate for different functions, the better candidate for different organizations, these are different profiles. So that, I think, is the sort of foundation on which I would like to share a few more experiences in the context of Nestle. But I just want to take a step back. Any questions, any comments at this stage which you guys want to know, address, or I can go ahead.
I think we can go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks,
Maybe
Manish.
they will raise their hands at the later part of the session, I think.
Sure. Okay. So like I was talking about the first element of being yourself, we very strongly believe that there is no one single mold for success. I mean, if you look at the Nestle leadership team today, Suresh has been now leading the team for the last 5-6 years. In the last 5-6 years, we have made a lot of changes in the team. There are certain sets of people, there are certain sets of talent who were hugely successful, but with the change in the external reality, those skill sets have become not as relevant as they were in the past. So we certainly look at a very diverse set of leadership. We look at a very diverse set of male and female employees in the organization to sort of get the right balance. For us, gender diversity is actually a business need. When I used to be the nutrition HR business partner, one of the interesting things I realized that, there was a room full of men who were discussing how do I sell NAN or how do I sell Cerelac to a mother and her baby. And that's a very interesting thing, because none of us in that room had a real experience of what a mother or a baby goes through, which only a certain part of our society has. So there is a clear business need when Nestle talks about gender diversity. There is a clear business need when you talk about diversity from different parts of the country, diversity of different ideas, because like I said, we sell food and beverages, and food is a very, very local product. So you might have a very strong global strategy around Maggi, you might have a very strong national strategy around Maggi, but what's going to sell in Masala Magic in UP is going to be very different from what I'm going to sell in a Coimbatore or Madurai. So that is where diversity is of so much importance. And that is how it ties up to, again, my point of being yourself. I mean, that's a very, very important element. You should never forget when you are sort of trying to build your candidature for companies, that your authenticity is the most valuable element which I could ask as an organization from you, and you should never compromise on it. For us as an organization, we try and provide that environment to our employees where every voice matters, people are heard. We recently, we do quick surveys every year. We have pulse surveys where we take feedback from our employees, line managers, and you will see some numbers which tells that it's a workplace where people can be themselves. I'll be honest with you, there are areas where we still need to improve, make our workplace a better place to be. But again, as I said, that's very important part of the DNA of the organization. We are setting up a factory now, which we are very proud of in Sanand in Gujarat, which has more than 60% women in a manufacturing location and that's one of the first which we have achieved in the country, one of the first organizations to do so. It's a challenging step we take, but again, it again comes from the fact that it's important that we have the right element of diversity in the organization. And it's not only a relevant point for Nestle, it's an important point for every organization. And again, that's where your authenticity will add value to that organization. Even when we are discussing about careers internally within employees, we have had cases where we move people from one function to another. We have had cases where graduates from NITI now lead our marketing business because we realized that their strength is in the core business of marketing rather than supply chain. So again, the career discussions, aspirations are sort of based on the individual and also a balance between what the organization needs. But again, the part on being yourself is really, really important. Evolving every day, as I mentioned, I think learning is the most critical aspect, and unlearning and learning again. And I'm sure you have heard this a million times in different forums, but don't underestimate the importance of this element. I mean, the speed at which today my business requirements change. Just to give you an anecdotal example, so as an organization, we prepare our business strategy for every 3-4 years. And some of the most sought after skill sets which we want from our business today are skill sets like automation in my manufacturing environment, is like analytics in supply chain, in human resources, in marketing, digital marketing and content. So if you see, a lot of my media spends now moves from TV to YouTube and Facebook and all the other elements. So we had set up a content creation set up in Nestle around 6-7 years back. But now we realize that that skill set has totally changed from what we required. So the constant need to evolve continuously is going to be very, very critical. Again, as an organization, as an individual. So that's a very, very important element to keep yourself relevant in the future, if not being the most successful candidate. So that's why we put a lot of focus on learning. There are a lot of programs where employees are given chance to go out, learn from different courses, and then come back and teach others in the organization, right? Because that is how you sort of create a learning culture within. The possibilities are limitless. Again, we export a lot of our talent. So globally, one thing where we need to improve is from a business point of view, you'll see that Nestle is typically around 1.5% of the global business. But if you look at as one of the largest exporters of talent globally, so a lot of our talent, you'd see Suresh, a lot of our leadership talent, a lot of our talent across the organization goes abroad, again, from the motive of learning, coming back and sort of serving the organization here. So evolving every day, again, needs to be a very, very important parameter of when you are thinking about a successful career going ahead. Creating impact. I think this is probably one of the biggest changes which has happened from a generation point of view as well. A lot of our young talent, which we look for today, we look for people who are aware about the environment, who are aware about the impact society, the current civilization is having on our limited resources. Those elements have become very, very critical, because now they are an important part of what we want to drive as an organization. One, obviously, when you work with large organizations like Nestle, again, like any other organization, you get this huge opportunity to work with global brands, brands which are spread across 3,000, 4,000 crores, and you get that opportunity to sort of work with those global brands, lead those large businesses. And Nestle has been doing some brilliant work in the last 5-6 years under the leadership of Suresh. Maggie crisis was something which sort of changed the whole DNA of our organization. Like Suresh was mentioning, the crisis is an opportunity where you probably learn the most, right? I mean, I took up the role of the HR head for Nestle South Asia in the beginning of this year, in the month of February. And it has been a very, very difficult sort of situation to manage that, obviously due to COVID and everything else. But it's also been one of the most enriching experiences of my 16 years with Nestle as a leader. Sort of allowed me to manage a lot of crisis situations quickly, with the underlying principle of always providing the maximum support to our employees. So a crisis obviously gives you that opportunity. So again, what I would say, that you should never be sort of afraid from taking any difficult decisions in your career, especially in stages when you are venturing into roles which you don't know of, venturing into areas. Sometimes we take the safe option and stay away from it. But with my experience, I can guarantee you that that is an opportunity where you will probably learn the most, you will gain the most in terms, and you will probably create most of the impact there. Those are the experiences which sort of make what you are in the long term. So that's again an important element to evaluate your role, evaluate your capacity in terms of the ability to create impact. And this ability to create impact is not only measured from a business perspective, but like I said, again, from a perspective of society. So I think that's a very, very important element. And the last thing, which I again said is one of the most important elements, is the ability to have to work together. And that's becoming more and more a reality in the external world, especially with remote working. A lot of people have sort of moved to this extreme. Nestle, it's one of Nestle's inherent strengths, because of the way the organization has come out, because of the way it has grown, because of a certain pride everybody in the organization has. A collaboration, we say, is in our DNA. We love to work together. We love to get on projects together. During the crisis, we did a lot of work with our distributors, with our contractual workforce. So a lot of medical benefits which we used to provide to our employees were provided to all our service providers as well. And that's the kind of organization Nestle is. And again, when you look at an organization like that, the kind of talent you want is the talent which can, yes, have a strong level of individual brilliance and capacity, but also have the ability to work together. So one of the questions as future candidates you need to ask is also start evaluating organizations. It's not a one-way street. I mean, as organizations, we evaluate you based on our needs, but you need to start studying organizations. You need to start understanding organizations and see what they have to offer, because that is what will define the best candidate in their context, right? And that answer is going to be different for different organizations. As I said, even within the same organization is going to be different. So that is where I would request you to look at this question a bit differently. How does it help us? I don't want to spend too much time here because I'm also conscious of the time. How does evaluating any organization help us? Because as I said, jobs are evaluating jobs are evolving very, very strongly, very, very fastly. And that is where organizations need to keep that in mind, as well as individuals. The ways of working are changing, and I'm sure a lot of you are experiencing XLRI very differently than what I had done, where we used to sit in one classroom and have a session like this, and it's all happening on Zoom now. But probably you are getting used to how corporate life is going to be ahead. And obviously for organizations, having the right fit candidate is very, very critical, because the talent pipeline needs to be sustainable. Like I said, the kind of people I used to hire 20 years back, those guys, those profiles are not going to make it today. So the most important thing for any candidate is to be somebody who is, like I said, authentic, and somebody who can sort of evolve and learn very quickly. And that is how my talent pipeline can be sustainable. Some of the other things, like organizations, we always keep talking about competencies and experiences. But what are the most critical elements, again, which you need to know about yourself is that what are your traits? What is your natural inclination and aptitude? What are your value drivers, which you gain from your family, from your parents, from the society where you have grown? Those are the values and interests that are going to influence your career path. Those are the values and influences that are going to keep you engaged. Why it is so important being authentic in the workplace? Because if you are in a workplace, and I'm sure all of you have worked before coming here, so you would appreciate that if you cannot be yourself in the workplace, that takes a lot of mental stamina and energy to be somebody else. And we strongly believe that like I said, and it's not a pitch on Nestle, but it's every organization's requirement that their talent gets the right space to work. We realize that for us, it's very important, and that's why we provide an equal and diverse workplace where people can be themselves. Their natural drivers, their natural value system is respected. And it works for us very well, because respect, again, is a very, very strong theme of our organization. So that is something, again, which you need to keep in mind, that yes, competencies and experiences you will gain during your professional setup, they are important because they sort of set you up, they give you the right skills and expertise. But the more important aspect of your growth is going to be the traits and drivers which you have, because those are something which are the underlying, the foundation of your personality. So those traits and drivers will in the long term sort of define. We try to now in our talent management processes, try to focus on the traits and drivers, try to understand people better. But again, as an individual candidate also, I think that's very important that you look at it from this lens. I'm just trying to see whether I had any more slides. I think I should be having one more slide just to close the thing. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So I know it's a very, very 30-40 minute kind of question to a very simple question you guys asked. But again, I would request all of you to sort of change the focus of your question and look at yourself, be confident of what you are, be assured of what you are, and use that as a starting point of whatever you want to do next. And I can guarantee you that's always going to work, because like I said, again, different organizations have different needs, different businesses, different timelines, different generations. But being yourself is the most successful guarantee you have to have success in your career. Always striving to be a better version, but a better version of yourself and no one else. I mean, that's the thought I would like to leave all of you with. So those are sort of the slides, some of the talking points which I wanted to share with you. but would love to know your feedback, any questions, any comments which you have.
Right. So we do have some questions, sir. So Ayush is there.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, Ayush, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. It was really an insightful session from you. So, as you said, like to grow, we need to evolve every day, and recruiters generally look for the people who can create impact and have creative mindset. I would like to know, as for some time, given the pandemic scenario, the interviews are going on online. So, what are some of the visual cues which recruiters observe during these online interviews?
Okay. I mean, again, so what we do internally, Ayush, is we have a pretty comprehensive process, especially when we are looking at high talent from campuses or even different businesses. So one of the most important aspects today, we use a tool called Hogan Assessment, where we do a very, very detailed analysis of individuals before we go into interviews. So our interviews are based on first the assessment of the candidate. And this assessment is based, like I mentioned, on the drivers and traits of the individual. So more than, let's say, the physical/body language of the candidate, we already claim to know a lot about the candidate, and then the questions are sort of. So one of the underlying themes, I would advise candidates to be very, very clear and authentic in what they're saying. And that, you would be surprised, adds a certain level of confidence to people when they are talking about things which they actually know about, or they are talking about their value systems, their experiences, which they have felt. So again, my feedback to you would be the same, that be totally authentic in your interviews, be totally true to yourself, true to your strengths, and try to build on that. And that itself will give you a very strong advantage. Some of the other visual clues, I mean, those stay the same. Like when you're doing a physical interview, it's a very interesting, because you want to look into the eye of the candidate when you're talking. But right now, when I look into the eyes, especially when, let's say, when I'm talking to you, looking into the eye actually means looking into the camera of your laptop or a desktop or a webcam. So those are some of the small practical changes you want to practice when you're doing interviews. But I think there is a greater question of being truly authentic to yourself. And that will definitely give you a much bigger advantage than anything else.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Shivangi, go ahead, please.
A very good afternoon, sir. It is really exciting for us to have you here today. My question to you is, since we as a batch, we come from a cohort of people who are more than 5 years of experience from a variety of backgrounds. So let us say that there are people who would want to go into FMCG industry, and companies like Nestle, to be specific. So what is expected of us? Because since we come from a very varied background, let's say somebody is coming from banking and finance and they want to move to some other industry, what do you suggest us as a tip, you can say, to crack such interviews?
So what I would suggest, Shivangi, and it's a very good question, because even today, if you look at this question from my point of view as an organization, we are, like I said, we are looking at more and more diverse talent. I mean, there used to be a time in a finance organization, in an FMCG, you would have 90 to 95% chartered accountants. But today, the demand from the finance organization has changed drastically compared to what it was in the past. Whether you take marketing, I mean, the kind of marketing talent we used to have in the past now is very different, because now I look towards the digital companies to sort of get the best marketing talent. So FMCG, which used to be at a point of time the best source of marketing talent, is slowly changing. So what I would advise, at least if you are really interested in the FMCG space, to read about this business, to try and do projects with different FMCG organizations. Like you guys have so many opportunities. Nestle does something which is called Nesternship, but it is for a different set of people, not for people like you with so much experience and coming from reputed institutes. But you need to be much more prepared than, for example, the level of preparation I required when I appeared for Nestle in 2005, right? But today, even when I'm talking to lateral candidates, we evaluate them on their knowledge of how actually really interested they are in the organization. So definitely you need to put in a lot of work. But from a skill set of point of view, I think we are also looking at different organizations, different industries. So just because you might be coming from banking or something else, yes, the chances are lesser because it's always a competition. But I don't think it is any disadvantage in today's world.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Shivangi.
I think, sir, by looking at the time, we can have one more question. So we will take Arjun.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Hope I am audible.
Yeah, Arjun, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Sir, my question would be for a person without any prior HR experience, so what were the core skills that one has to acquire if we aspire to take a HR role post our MBA?
Okay, that's a tough question because so I mean, and that understanding for me has sort of changed over a while. But one of the biggest requisites for any successful HR leader today is to sort of understand the business. So in that respect, an HR leadership role is not very different from other functions, whether it's let's say marketing or whether let's say it's finance. We have had a lot of cases during our management trainee where we have had HR management trainees moving to business roles and vice versa. So purely from a managerial sense, I wouldn't say that there is a lot of difference across these functions. But yes, there are certain skill sets in human resources which are very functional oriented, like your ability and experience to manage employee relations. So that requires a lot of local employment, labor law understanding. If you're looking at total rewards, which used to be my area of expertise, it used to require a lot of understanding from economics, and that used to always help me a lot. But again, I mean, we are a strong believer that if you have the sort of right building blocks, general management spreads across all these functions, and we have had more than enough cases where people have sort of moved from one function to another. So whether it's HR, whether it's finance, marketing, the basic building blocks are the same.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Arjun.
Yeah. So, sir, basically it was a really wonderful session. I think the question which you have answered is the question which every B school student has in their mind, like how to be the right fit. And I think you have basically answered it correctly. Like just be yourself, and everything will be fall in place. So, sir, on behalf of the entire cohort of XPGDM at XLRI, I am extremely thankful for you taking out your time and sharing your thoughts today. Thank you, sir, and have a great day.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you, everyone. Hope you guys have a good day. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
So guys, we will have a break of just 5 minutes and then we will resume at 12:15, sorry. So please be here.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, sir. How are you? We are
I'm
good.
good. I'm good.
Hi, sir. Doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you?
All well.
You're in Bangalore, right, sir?
Yes, I am in Bangalore.
I think the weather must be pretty pleasant right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit hot. So it's in the 20s. So it's 19 and 20. It's hot. So I always say that to make people in Delhi and all feel jealous.
They must be very jealous. It's pretty
Yeah.
pleasant in Hyderabad as well right now. So
Oh, yeah, yeah. So should be good there.
So, sir, I'm Piyush. I'll be one of your co-hosts, and Bhavya is also will be your host.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay.
your host.
Hi.
We'll take 1 minute and we'll start.
Yeah. Okay. How do you, so what's the structure? How do you want to do this? Do you want to first have me talk about, any of the, so I sent out that little post which I put on LinkedIn. Hopefully that should be a good, whatever reading or something, but I'll talk about all of it any which way. And then I'll take the questions that people had sent. So I have those, and if there are other questions, happy to sort of do that.
Yes, sir, definitely.
Cool. So
I think we can start now.
okay, we can do that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhavya Yadav, your host for the session, and we have Piyush as your co-host. As a famous blues guitarist, B.B. King once said, "The beautiful thing about learning is nobody can take it away from you." As the world changes rapidly, learning and adapting have become essential part. In this session, we have the honor of hosting an esteemed HR leader, an expert in learning, and a distinguished alumnus of XLRI, Mr. Abhijit Bhaduri. Mr. Bhaduri is a former Chief Learning Officer for Wipro, where he built a culture of curiosity, innovation, and learning for over 175,000 employees across 54 countries. He is also an alumnus of Microsoft, PepsiCo, Colgate, and Tata Steel, where he has played key HR leadership roles. He founded his own consultancy firm, Abhijit Bhaduri and Associates, where he acts as a strategic advisor to business leaders and organizations in transition. He's a LinkedIn top voice and has a personal following of nearly 1 million on the platform. He's a brand evangelist for Society for Human Resource Management and a global influencer for brand Adobe. He's on the advisory board for the program for Chief Learning Officer that is run by the University of Pennsylvania. Forbes has called him one of the India's most interesting globalists. He is also an author of 3 best-selling books, and his latest book, Dreamers and Unicorn, was published in 2020. Apart from his own enriching and creative blogs, he blogs for the Economic Times, and his writing have been published by Forbes, Harvard Business Review, Wall Street Journal, and People Matters magazine. With immense pleasure, we would like to welcome you, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I wanted to sort of really, start by sort of spending a couple of minutes putting a point of view about what I see as some of the most significant shifts that are going to impact HR, and looking at how careers therefore are going to sort of get evolved. And then there are some of the questions that people had asked, in the prior to this conversation. I had asked if there are specific questions that I can answer. I'd be happy to sort of address those. So I've got some of those questions here. That's what I intend to do. If that's okay with you, then we'll get started.
Yes, sir, definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Always nice to, be doing something with XLRI, because obviously it's a long association, and it's more emotional than logical, because I've really been, out of Excel for a long time. But I always take the excuse. In fact, one of the last trips that I did before the pandemic set in was, to Excel. And so that was, early 2020. In January, there was a, HR conference, and Excel was kind enough to invite me, and sort of I was there. So I want to first start off by sort of looking at a broad set of design principles, if you will, and then look at what they mean for careers, and that's really going to be my focus. So one of the first things to think about is, when you look at why do we need to worry about HR becoming very different, is because, HR is a process that manages three interfaces. One is how work gets done, which means, let's say, work gets done by, freelancers, work gets done by full-time people, work gets done by machines, work gets done by robots. The way in which work gets done, the way it gets done determines the role of HR. So obviously, depending on how much of automation that happens and how much of it doesn't happen, there's a certain kind of a role of HR that will come in. The second thing to sort of really think about is the talent pool. So work, worker, and workplaces, so which is going to be the, the three things that, we are going to be looking at. The role of HR actually changes between, how these three interact with each other. So when you think about, work, we talked about, whether it's done through automation or this. And then you have the worker, which is whether it is full-time, part-time, gig workers, freelancers, experts. So that's the other piece. And that really determines a lot of what HR does, which means, how do we pay them? How do we motivate them? How do we incentivize them? So that becomes another very large part of what HR does. And then the third piece is workplace, that, is it going to be virtual? Is it going to be work from home? Is it work from multiple countries? Do we have expatriates? All of that determines another kind of work that HR will do. So effectively, if you sort of look at the role of HR, it becomes driven by the changes in the three, work, the workforce, and the workplace. The only thing to keep in mind is during the pandemic, one of the interesting things that happened is all three of them have changed. All three have changed simultaneously. And the first time it happened was when, we moved from an agrarian society into, an industrial place. So, work changed because we were no longer in the fields, we were in factories, we were using steam power, we were making textiles, and it had a certain kind of a skill level that was required, and it changed the workplace. The workplace was the factory. But if you think about that, what it means is the way you manage, let's say, the people in a factory setting is very different from the way you would manage people in a farm. And then again, when people change from the first industrial revolution, as the method of working changed, because people move from actually doing work in the fields using steam, in the factories using steam, we moved to electricity. Suddenly everything changed. So you were not just making textiles, but you were making, the whole concept of mass production came in. So you had assembly lines, which meant a different kind of org structure. So you suddenly had, supervisors, you had people who were managing shifts. And so the whole question of what is safe, what is not safe, and the whole notion of how do you compensate that, who is senior, who is junior, the notion of all of this actually was the second big piece. So as business changes from, the whole business of, textiles to steel and automobiles, etc., mass production, all this actually drives the way that people work. And this process, as I said, once again, workplace is the place that HR coordinates. Now, the reason why HR gets into a lot of flack in multiple places is that HR is also a boundary setting condition. Actually, all the things that people care about dramatically are all boundary setting conditions. If you say, and now let's take a very simple example. If you take, if you take the whole example of timing for a factory, so you got to start the factory at 9 o'clock, and you say that, okay, we'll do a 5-minute plus my flexibility, that in case you come in up to 5 minutes later, it's fine. The challenge of any boundary fixing role is that boundaries are always arbitrary. Yeah, but you have to fix it. There is no getting away from that. So now the question is, you say 9:05 is okay. I come in at 9:06. Do you let me in? Do you sort of, the moment you say, but why are you late? I say, turn back and this is ridiculous. I've come 1 minute late and why am I being penalized? Now, the moment you say 9:06 is okay, tomorrow somebody's going to come back at 9:10 and say, listen, boss, for 4 minutes, I mean, how do you do this? And it's unfair. And, how ridiculous is this? Are we in a school? Why is this happening? So a boundary setting condition is always going to be hard. So HR is not a role for the faint-hearted, because you constantly are creating conditions, and every condition that you create, is something that impacts people's things that people care about. It impacts their identity, so the kind of work that I do, whether it's valued or it's not valued. So you put me in a department, let's say I join as a management trainee, you put me in a department which in this particular company, nobody cares about. It sort of is a big dent to my identity, because I kind of get a feeling that I'm working in a role which nobody, where it doesn't matter. So the challenge of HR is always going to be that because you are working constantly with people's dreams and ambitions and feelings and all of that, it is always going to be an extremely tough place to be. Always, no matter what you do. So the other piece is that HR today, as we look at it, is very, very different from HR as it has evolved. However, people's perception of what it does actually always takes time to build up. So, you'll find, therefore, in many of the places, and I've seen in many of the, startups, the founders will say, so when I ask them, who's your HR person? They will say, no, we don't have a HR person, but HR is very important. I do it myself. And my answer as well, what, health is very important, but I don't do my own surgery and dentistry. I go to a dentist to do it, because HR is a specialist function. And when somebody says, I do it because, I think whatever is needed to be done is something I already know. Very often that's the root of the issue. So most people really understand only very, sort of very elementary levels of what it takes. And it takes years of work. And I would say that even after, so many years of working in very specific areas across different sectors, I think I just have a marginally better understanding than, where it was, because the field keeps changing. The focus areas keep changing. The regulatory work keeps changing. Technology keeps changing. Societal shifts happen. Every cohort actually has a different ambition. And with all of that, it just is so much harder to actually stay relevant in HR. And HR today, post-COVID, is very different from HR as it was in the pre-COVID world. I just wrote about that. If you have taken a look at the LinkedIn post that I did, that is actually a good perspective in terms of what are the 5 shifts that are sort of looking at, HR. But before we get into that, I want to just say that, when I was writing my last book, Dreamers and Unicorns, I've used that particular term because dreamers, unicorns, market shapers, and incumbents describes not just organizations, but also stages of your career. So, as people are getting into their career journey at this point of time, as you are looking for work, you are going to be in the dreamer phase. So you may have worked before for a couple of years, but what is going to happen is, as you get into this, you are going to have all those challenges of what dreamers have, that, you need to describe your own identity, your ability to make impact of a certain kind, etc., all of that. Then you get into imagine your growth along an S-curve. The next phase is unicorn, where you are experiencing rapid growth. This is one of the places where, you really start to put into place a lot of systems, processes. You ideally should be really starting to plan for your next move at this stage of your career. But this is the time when people have zero time, and they always ignore it because things are so good. And the whole thing of human beings is you begin to sort of live with this feeling of immortality. You begin to feel that, well, I'm, whatever, X number of years old, and I'm really so good. Look how successful I am. And I will always remain successful, and they never invest in their future. And in some sense, that momentum takes them to the market shaper stage. But for most people, because they become irrelevant, they drop from unicorn, or even from a dreamer stage or a market shaper stage, they drop to becoming an incumbent. I mean, if you look at a number of companies and products and all, many of them were really market shapers. And yet, they today are, irrelevant. A good example of that is, the ambassador car was, the most powerful symbol of India's thing. It's still now, I mean, it's got nostalgic value, it's cute and all of that. But if you ask any of the people, would they voluntarily buy an ambassador car if it was available? It's shut down, but that's a different matter. And those are some of the ways in which you need to really start thinking. Look at the business families that India has had over the years, and many of them were super powerful. They were very, very, they had a huge market share. They were growing, and many of them have become completely irrelevant. And if you had a choice between, two places, one of which was the old traditional family-owned business, etc., most people wouldn't go there if they had a better choice available. And so this is the problem of incumbents. One of the first places where you begin to realize that you're an incumbent is when people stop recruiting you. I mean, you find it hard to hire people. And usually the thing is, the leaders of an incumbent place are the last ones to actually ever realize that, we've become irrelevant. They'll continue to talk about their glorious days. Oh, when we had the ambassador, the Nehru used to ride in the ambassador, and this is, so all the examples are of the past. When every example that the guy gives is of the past, it means two things. One is you are living in the past, which is a very dangerous sign, because the past very rarely has any bearing with the future as we look at it today. The second thing is, it also gives me an insight that potentially the person has not updated himself or herself. When you talk about some of the leaders, all their examples are, and how old is that example? All the examples are 5 years old. Oh, when I did that in my first job, in 1920, I did that. It has very limited bearing. And this is the weird thing that has happened in the world today. And when you are in the privileged position, which you are today, because you are the one who has, got your life ahead of you, and you've got all that. When somebody says, imagine I tell you that, oh, okay, 1922, people used to do this. In 1992, people used to do this. I did this in year 2000. You kind of feel that, oh my God, his most recent example is the year 2000. That's 20 years old. You will feel that, but you never realize there will be a point of time when all your examples also, if you are not careful, are also going to be of the past. Oh, when I joined my workplace in the year 2022, I did this, and when I did it in 2025, I did this. You just really got to stop yourself and say that most people, other than you, don't really care about what you did in the past, no matter how glorious it was. So I think it is easy to understand it when somebody else is doing it. It's very tough to understand when you are doing it yourself. So the challenges of each archetype, whether it's dreamers, unicorns, market shapers, and incumbents, is very, very different. What are some of the changes that you can drive in HR as a function? So I think one of the first things to sort of really look at is what is it that HR would be doing, which is different from what it has done. So yes, there is a certain amount of transactional work you will do, so whether it is running payroll or hiring and doing all that, but in each one of them, there's an opportunity to move up the value chain. What does it mean? So, for example, you can do a couple of years back, last year, I was talking to somebody who was, from one of the premier institutes. And the person, spoke to me saying that, I've already learned what I had to learn and I'm getting bored. And I sort of really laughed and said that, okay, how long have you worked at this? And the person said, I've worked here for about 3 months. I've pretty much learned what I need to do. And I was saying that, okay, so and the person's role was in hiring. And I said that, okay, would it be possible for you to predict, who's going to be a great hirer? Would you be able to say that, okay, when this person interviews, we normally get people who are very successful in the organization. Would you be able to do that? The person says, no, I can't do that because it depends on the individual and there are a lot of other factors. I said, okay, all right. Potentially there's an opportunity to learn. Would you be able to predict, the attrition when a person joins? Would you be able to predict that? If the answer is no. Or would you be able to predict performance? Would you be able to predict in what time frame the person will grow up to the next level, etc.? I mean, there's a ton of things. So one of the measures you might keep with yourself is that, the ability to predict and have that prediction come true is potentially a sign that you are beginning to see patterns which you can analyze and sort of work towards. So that's one kind of a work that you can potentially do. The other is to actually get your businesses to really change that timeline and look at a lot of things in the slightly longer term. For example, one of the things which I think the business has really started long back, and it's perhaps the most irrelevant method and mindset, is, for example, when they invest in training and learning and all of that, this constant thing that people waste their time on, and it's a real waste of time, in my opinion, which is, what is the ROI of learning and development that we are investing in all of this? I mean, a company which is asking that, it should be a warning bell that is perhaps that's how they are going to think of you as well. And, I always avoid working with people or organizations where this whole thing that, oh, you are going to do this 1 hour talk, what is the ROI? I said there is zero ROI, because ROI and learning is calculated over a long time. In 1 hour, you are not going to calculate any ROI, and at least I'm not aware. And this is an absolutely asinine way of looking at it. I'm perhaps the wrong person for you to work with. So I think those are some of the things. How do you shift people's perception of what to measure in HR? It's going to be a real challenge that you'll grapple with every single day. So what does HR do? I mean, you'll find this constantly, because in HR and marketing, two things everybody knows better than whoever is doing it. So you will constantly come across this whole process. So how do you address that? The only way you address it is by demonstrating expertise which the other person doesn't have. There are 3 areas where you can do that. One is beginning to be real experts. And by that, one of the things I would say is HR is today, and it wasn't like that. HR is a super specialty function. So anybody who's sort of looking at it, with the view that, okay, HR does some payroll and then some hiring where you ask tough questions that, okay, tell me the capital of Sudan. If the guy understands, I mean, that's not what HR does. I mean, most people really don't understand that. So being able to look at organization design as a way to drive growth is a huge shift that you can build in. Number 2, I think I would talk about is your ability to design incentive systems, some monetary, some non-monetary, to drive a certain kind of behavior. That's another very powerful thing that HR people should be doing. The third area that I think people could be doing a lot of work, high impact work, is in terms of really figuring out how do you build the leadership brand, the talent brand, and the culture brand of the organization. Together, it sort of creates the ability of the organization to hire better people, retain better people, engage the right set of people. And people who come in are not really looking at it from an attraction point of view. So you will see that, I mean, today, last week or maybe 2 weeks back on Twitter, there was this whole thing that tech hiring has gone through the roof. In fact, this morning, Bhavish Agarwal tweeted that, I'm thinking that I'm going to outsource some of these jobs from Bangalore and put it into Silicon Valley as a low-cost outsourcing option because Bangalore has become too expensive. Yeah, because, there are companies like BharatPay and then many others, which are sort of doing this, that giving you a super bike, doing this and sending you to Dubai and all this. This is great for making news, but it's a sign of a company which is grappling to figure out how to attract people to the mission that they are looking at. When you see people looking at, attracting talent in a short-term manner, it's a great sign where you shouldn't be looking at building your career because, you're going to be doing, this kind of transactional things. From the outside, it looks great fun. Oh my God, that means when somebody hires me, I'm also going to get a super bike. Probably not. But you're going to spend your time throwing money at people, and then people are going to ask you for ROI of the super bike, which is going to be even tougher to explain than ROI of training and development. Because attrition is not, people may join because of tangible reasons that, let's say you pay me 100 and somebody pays me 105. I can explain to myself why I should be joining that because that's the reason. The reason to leave is never tangible. The reason to leave is that I'm unhappy. The reason to leave is that I think my career is not going somewhere. The reason to leave is that I think my skills are not developing. These are all ways in which people evaluate their career and opportunities. So the role of HR is really to understand the intangibles. So what is the role that HR plays? The ability to build a culture where unorthodox ideas are sort of, accepted. So building a culture of psychological safety where, people are comfortable saying things which are sort of really maybe weird in some ways, but also at the same time to be able to evaluate it in such a way that you have the dialogue growing, where you take all the ideas, you work on something which has got a value, even though it is weird. And, it's that fine balance that you create. So the role of HR is that boundary management that I started talking about. And it is always something which is very, very difficult to build. The third piece that I'm going to talk about is that, the role of HR is to actually build leaders who can navigate ecosystems. You sort of, think about it. Many people will tell you that, in the IT firms, you look at everything digital, which is brilliant. Hey, but at the back end, there is always something which is purely physical. I mean, so when you look at Zomato or Swiggy or whatever, you order something that is digital. The payment is made digital. That is true. But if the stuff doesn't show up, or it shows up damaged, or it shows up not in great condition, or the service was bad, or the person was rude, all of which actually means that there is a physical aspect of it, which is very, very important for the digital organizations. So physical and digital is a differentiation which is only in the minds of the people who are creating it. The customer really doesn't care about, this is physical, this is digital, they've outsourced it to somebody, oh my God, that's why they are late. You as a customer really don't care whether you outsource it to themselves. The CEO is coming to deliver it himself or herself. So I think when you look at the whole process of building organizations, you're really looking to build not just the physical part of it, the digital part of it, but doing both. And you're helping leaders learn how to navigate ecosystems, which means that how do organizations and the leaders navigate social situations, because those are things which are going to be there. So if you look at what happened in US, with the Black Lives Matter movement, no matter what you sort of think of the movement, people expect you to have a point of view. So you can't say Black Lives Movement, I have nothing to do with it, I'm not going to worry about it, because today the organizations live in a very connected world. The organization is no longer an aquarium, which you have at home, it is cut off from everything else. The fish can look outside, but they don't need to be worried about anything which is going on outside. Actually, if you think about it, the organization which was at some point of time an aquarium, that aquarium has now been lifted and put into the sea. It's part of the ocean. And until the leaders know how to navigate that entire system seamlessly, they're going to stumble and fall. So the role of HR is very, very critical, not just org design, not just org culture, but helping leaders to build their ecosystem and navigate ecosystems and all those things. So I think when you sort of really look at that and to, as I said, to become a talent hub where you're able to attract that kind of talent into the organization. One underreported piece, under-leveraged piece, not reported. One of the pieces, skills that I think HR needs to build for itself is to be able to actually learn how to communicate across different media platforms and places. You as a HR leader are going to communicate with the world inside and the world outside. So, you will put a post on social media. So your post on LinkedIn actually represents the organization. So your post on Insta represents the organization, whether you like it or not. I mean, hey, once you become part of, you become a successful leader, your brand and the organization's brand are not different. I mean, today, when you think about the most prominent leaders, I mean, the president of the country cannot be putting Instagram photos of a beach holiday, because whether you like it or not, the president represents an office and his or her brand is going to be represented through every one of the posts. So building that skill, what to put, how much to put, how do you build an authentic connection without compromising your privacy? How do you engage without really, diluting yourself? Those are skills. Every platform is different. I work on so many of the platforms, from audio platforms to, Instagram and Twitter and LinkedIn and all that. But I can tell you one thing, that each one of the platforms is so different. And I don't think I understand each one just as well. So I have a better understanding in some and not on the others. And I've been doing it for 15 years and I still don't understand the complete dynamics. I cannot say I'm an expert. I'm maybe one step ahead of a novice. It's because the platforms will change, content, things will change, expectations will change. And above all, what the people think of as engaging content will change. So I think we are living in that world of perpetual beta, which is the fifth big shift that we are talking about. And as you are looking at it, I mean, there are so many things that HR people never worry about. I mean, for example, I'm not sure how many of you have a great understanding of cybersecurity, or data ethics, or understanding how to design, systems which value the privacy of some of the people. What are those debates about all this? UX design. I mean, not too many places actually teach people how to do this. But these are the kind of things that you begin to sort of work with on day one. Or the ability to build your own personal brand. Now, there comes a point of time when you join an organization, you are known by the brand of the organization. So if I say I work for the army, that's my brand. But there comes a point of time when you're in the middle level, you should really start to anchor up the brand of the organization based on your own brand. So let's say if you as the CHRO or the CXO, whatever you are sort of looking at, you actually represent the brand of the organization. So when you do something, it should attract people to come and be there and become part of that. So this is the world that we are living in. And, I can't think of a better time in my life to be part of HR, because as we said, this is, this is a time when work is changing. The workforce is changing their aspirations, social systems, political system, economic systems, technology. And all of this means workplaces are shifting. And that's where the role of HR comes in. So wonderful time to be part of, this new world. And what a fabulous time. And, if I had to go back and start my career all over again, I tell you that I would not opt ever to change to anything else other than what I have done, HR, because it's a different animal altogether now. It's not the same as what I did even maybe 2 years, 3 years back. So exciting time, and wish you the very best always. Thank you. Happy to take any question that you have. Yes, please go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. First of all, that was a delightful speech from you. It was a great address, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions as well. Personally, I found the whole insight on the role of HR. I mean, it was just great. So we'll now be shifting to questions, and post that, I'll just go one by one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's take, I had some of the questions that Yash Gupta, Gaurang Agarwal, some of the people have asked the question. I'm happy to answer those or answer the ones which people are asking now. So I'll go by what you tell me.
So we'll go by who is asking right now, sir, and then we'll go ahead and. So first, I'll just ask Swagato to go ahead with his question.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your session and time. It was really nice. Now, something that you did mention was HRs build leaders, right? But something we see in our day-to-day work life, professional lives is that there's a disconnect between middle management or senior management leadership and the HRs. In several companies, it is pretty apparent. So what is the expectation of HR professional from these business leaders so that there's more cohesion in every function and corporate life?
I think, one of the pieces that HR is never taught to do, is to really figure out how do we become better communicators. If you look at it, look at it like this: when you launch a soap, think of the amount. It's a 100 rupee or 50 rupee soap that you will buy, but there will be millions of TV ads, this and endorsement and song and dance and samples and this and that. HR launches a policy, we send an email, we expect the world to suddenly give up everything that they've done and say, oh my God, like now I need to now do this. It's not going to happen. So I think, one of the pieces that you look at in HR, it's a really, HR as a term is a misnomer because it's really one of the jobs that only depends on influence and personal credibility. So if the person is unable to influence because of lack of personal credibility, the person is going to be very, very ineffective. You can, of course, blame middle management, senior management, the world outside, all of that. But the reality of life is that HR is not for the faint-hearted. You need people who are extremely super articulate communicators who can take the most complex ideas and simplify it and communicate it, and can hold their conviction and have the courage to take stances which are good for the business, even if it is unpopular at this point of time, but they know that they can work towards that. So I think when you look at the disconnect, it happens when a lot of leaders don't really spend a lot of time explaining their ideas and engaging with people in dialogue. And that's a massive skill. So building a community is not something which is ever taught formally in the MBA programs. It's one of the pieces that you will constantly do. So I think when you are looking at, as you start working in the organization, these are some of the skills that you will start to do. That does not mean that, your MBA was a waste of time. Not at all. I actually think, on the contrary, that you need to put a lot more effort into, the rigor, which means that when people go through an MBA program in HR, they need to be able to understand conceptually what is really right. I think there's I hear that a lot when people say, oh, this is very theoretical. I mean, you never take a person who does not understand the theory. You will never take that person seriously. Would you go to a chemist or a doctor when you have cancer? You would. So that's the answer. That you would always go to a person when there is something you are really looking at seriously. You want to go to a person who is well trained, who knows the theory and understands it. Unfortunately, HR has lowered the barrier to the place where it is lowest common denominator. So there's no barrier to entry. Anyone who can sort of ask one crazy question in an interview becomes an interviewer. Anyone who can, sort of print an appointment letter becomes a hirer. I think that's part of the credibility of the profession. As we are able to sort of really look at understanding all those things that we talked about, I think it's an opportunity to build that credibility and hence the influence. Thanks. Great
Definitely,
question,
sir.
by the way.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the point about faint of heart, it's definitely true. We saw that when the work from home policies were deployed, it took a lot of courage from HRs and companies, and several people took their own time. Some people were very forthcoming about it. So that made a lot of difference to the individuals in the company.
Can I make a small correction here? I mean, generally, it's something that you said a lot of the HRs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a wrong phrase to use. As we as HR people should not be saying it. You never say a lot of finances did that. A lot of quality controls did that. HR is a function. So a lot of HR professionals, yes. A lot of finance professionals, but you never say a lot of HRs. You see this very common. It's not just you, a lot of times. So as HR people, you should be making the correction when people get it wrong. So HRs is a function. It doesn't describe. It's like saying that when people outside of India describe that, okay, when you are Indian, do you speak Hindu? No, I mean, Hindu is a religion. Hindi is the language. It's that difference. Thank you. Sorry, this was unwarranted wisdom.
No, sir, completely accepted.
Sorry, apologies.
No worries, sir.
Hanji.
Sure, sir.
Yes,
thank you. We'll move on to Vineet's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush. Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
So you ended your talk with how workplaces are changing, but I found it rather difficult because I come from a plant operation background. So it was very crucial for me to go to the site and, connect with people. But now things are changing. Many things are becoming online. Office spaces are dismantling. So what sort of suggestion do you have for people like me who found it rather difficult, because we are used to have some sort of physical interaction. And just out of curiosity, what organizations are doing about it?
Yeah, first of all, I think from a share of voice and share of noise, if you will, I think the tech companies or, the IT sector, etc., in the Indian context tend to get a larger than necessary share of media space. Therefore, you tend to believe that this work from home or versus others is like everybody's universal problem. I think that's a misnomer, because bulk of the work that you do in most of the places actually does not have this option provided, that you can't really do a work from home from many of the places. I mean, so for example, when you order food, that restaurant has got to have people who are there preparing and delivering. Manufacturing, for all practical purposes, is 100% there. You can't carry the equipment to your place. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, they've all been working right through the pandemic, and not just the ones who are in the medicine or hospital part of it, but the entire sector. Retail is like in person, etc. I mean, the e-commerce part of it is certainly there, but I don't think that retail in general is going to go and become an entirely online space. Though there are many significant shifts in behavior, one way to think about it is going to be an and world. So you will not have, even though you have ebooks, you will continue to have paperbacks being sold, and you will have that. So this whole business of work from home is going to be an opportunity for people to have that flexibility and some of the roles. So my belief and prediction is that it will not be based on a company or all of that. It is going to become, eventually it will settle down to becoming relevant to the role. So it's really like saying, in some roles you can work by yourself. If you're an individual contributor, you can potentially work from home and sort of do that. But for most jobs, when you're brainstorming, I mean, Netflix, the CEO constantly said, so when people would ask him, and this is last year, early January, when people would ask him, when do you expect people to be back, in the office? And he said that within 6 hours of the vaccine, I mean, whatever it meant. So net point he was saying is, for many of the businesses which require you to collaborate, brainstorm, and do all that. And you are right, this is actually, it is a minuscule portion of white-collar privileged workers who can do their work from home. So yes, you can do, look at the fact that even a JP Morgan and many of the banks today, some of these guys are all saying that, I'm sorry, but you've got to be back in the office, not just from a data security safety point of view. Of course, that has become very important, but also from the point of view of your ownership of the company, the relationship. Otherwise, it's a very, very super transactional relationship. So the employers are going to go back, into that place, potentially with a workplace and a little bit of flexibility, and say, okay, we've got somebody who works out of Peru, possible. And, maybe this person is not going to come back, because you will see now, one of the things that many of the companies are doing today as they are looking at hybrid work, they are saying, even though you work from home for, let's say, on a sustained basis, but when it comes to company offsites or meetings, you will come back. And now the question is whether the company will pay for it or you'll pay for it. All that stuff will get ironed out based on the company. The point I'm making is, I think we are human beings tend to be super short-sighted. So today, people say, oh, the virus problem is solved. Everybody's going to sort of run back and sort of do all that. What is likely to happen is you will see a readjustment of the talent equation. That maybe I was working for a company which expects me to be back in the office, and because of childcare or elder care or whatever reason I have, I'm unable to take that up. I'll find an employer where this is going to be there. So this great churn that you're looking at, it is a process everybody will deal with. So I will quit that place and go to a place where I can either work within that driving distance or walking distance, or I'm going to work in a place where the nature of work is individual. So I think those are some of the ways in which you're going to see the changes that will happen. So this work from home is a very, very minuscule thing. It just is unusual. Therefore, it tends to get, more of story space. The principle behind that is, in storytelling, they say that anything unusual, the usual stuff is never a story. It's only the unusual which is a story. Therefore, you tend to see a lot of this conversation, but it's not the norm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Divya.
Thank you, Piyush. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for that insightful session, sir. You briefly spoke about automation and technology. So, sir, I come from an IT background, and what I have observed is that with the technology evolution, a lot of things are moving to automation and process-driven than people-driven. So, in these situations, sir, can you share your perspective of reallocation of skills and retention of the highly skilled people who worked on these things which are now being automated?
Right. Thanks. So I think, there are three kinds of phases in which automation works. So first of all, if you sort of really begin to understand when you're trying to automate anything. So just imagine, if you drew a process flow, and it is something which is a pretty straightforward process flow. And because to code, that's what you would have to do. That, so for example, a calculator, we don't think of it as automation. But, the rules of math are pretty straightforward. It'll always be like this. 2 into 15 will always be 30. And, you will be able to do that. So that's easy to automate. And we've done that automation long back. But when you look at anything where there is a depends question response, so and a lot of HR, which is really around insights, which is about, working with people, which is about, those are things that are harder to automate because, look at it like this. on the same day, on the same kind of things, you may be feeling super motivated today and tomorrow you may not be. So human beings, emotions and all change a lot. So the role of HR and the things that are going to be automated will be things which are based on a certain kind of fixed logic. It is repeatable and it's repeatable at scale, which means if, let us say, theoretically you figured out how to create an automated way of fixing your tap, are the plumbers going to go out of business? Absolutely not. The reason being, every tap looks different. The working system is different. What works in your place is not going to work there. So you'll never be able to scale it up. So automation is worthwhile only when there is scale. So things, if you sort of really look at it, therefore, all the things that have, these three characteristics will get automated today, tomorrow, day after. It's a question of time. It may initially start off as supplementing your work. Eventually, it will replace you. Totally. So that's where it'll go. Having said that, what will not be automated? I think it's the opportunity for people to understand emotions, to motivate people, etc. All of that. So I think, back to this whole equation of work, worker, workplace, I would sort of really turn back and think that if you look at a number of things where, so let's say education, or the workspace, I personally believe the education is a very social process. We learn better with people around us. We learn better when we can teach other people, or we learn from other people. It's a very social process. This 1:many transfer of content can be done, through, recorded lectures, etc. All of that, typically look at what many of the, so you'll rarely see soft skills getting automated. How do you manage people? People will give you some thumb rules. That's not going to work for people, because soft skills need a lot of context. You have to understand who the person is, why is it not working, what is this. Whereas hard skills, you teach somebody to code, it can be automated. You can do it through an online process. To the question, therefore, what is it? One way to think about it is, a lot of automation in, let's say, areas like education, etc., is not going to be very effective, because maybe we'll learn at home the content and we'll do it on Zoom, etc. We'll have our conversations. But you actually will go to the workplace or the educational institution to socialize, because that's an essential part of the learning experience. When you think about experience, all the people who say work can be done, to the previous question that somebody did ask, that, it can be done online, etc., all of that. Work is a social process. If you have no social process, then it's like a postman's, you're a postman. You're delivering the information from one place to the other. Human beings are not designed for that. Human beings like to do work which is social. They like to do work which is creative. They like to do work which, helps them to learn better, etc. So being able to provide that perspective is a vital way in which, human beings will work. So summary, it will work for, automation will work in some of these areas. But for a lot of the things which depend on, human relations and understanding of emotions, it is not going to work in that way. It is going to depend on human beings, and which is where, the leader's ability to motivate you. It's very different. No matter how inspiring, you can listen to, somebody, Bachendri Pal can talk about, I climbed the mountain, I did that. Everybody's saying, TED Talks. Why is it that tomorrow morning it doesn't motivate you to go and climb the mountain? Because human beings actually get motivated through in-person conversations. The ability for somebody to understand what is coming in the way of your motivation. So these things are not mass scale. It is not, therefore, automatable. So that's the answer. Long answer, actually.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll invite Archita.
Sorry, I missed your name.
So next, I'm just asking Archita to come.
Archita.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Archita.
Good afternoon. It was really an insightful session. I have a couple of queries. So my first question is,
like because of this COVID crisis, we could see digitalization as a primary objective for most of the companies. So what's next? I mean, specifically for IT. So what's the next trend that we can see going forward in 5 years, or might be after the pandemic is over?
Okay, Archita, I'll let you into a real secret. If I could answer that question truthfully and it would be right, then I would be, ahead of Elon Musk, which I'm not. I'm still working hard for a living. So I don't know the answer to that. But let me take a little guess at about how do I sort of really look at some of these places where, I think your question about IT, etc. I think we are going to move into a place where a two-way process of engagement is going to become much bigger. Now, in retail, for example, if you sort of really look at it, conversational commerce or, one-to-many buying, I mean, all of that is going to become a bigger norm. And I think China, in that sense, is a better model to look for when it comes to understanding human trends rather than technology, rather than Silicon Valley. So I always think that China is a better model. So I think the West is going to invent the technology. China is going to scale up the technology. India will, sort of customize the technology. And then we will see the next wave of, again, rapid scale coming up in Africa. So in my view, so you will, even today, if you think about it, there are 3 or 4 internets. I mean, there is the China internet, which has got a certain set of restrictions on what you can and cannot say, the kind of, data privacy norms, etc. So that's got one kind of a internet. You have another internet in the West, sort of pretty much American, if you look at it. They have a certain view of data privacy or lack of it, if you will. And then you have, let's say, the Russia, what do you say? You have the European version, which has got very, very stringent norms around data. So that's your 3 internets there. India is evolving into this particular system. The sheer size of the market and the fact that you are going to see the next billion come online, my prediction is that India is going to play a far more significant sort of role in terms of leading the change for the next billion. Some 2 or 3 things that, sort of, if you look at it, the way the next billion uses the internet is very different, so we kind of, so I think voice is going to become very big, so therefore video is going to become big because, I think keyboard we will get rid of in the, next gen phones, if you really sort of really look at it. Today, we still do some work, even though it's a virtual keyboard. But my belief is that over a span of time, the keyboards will disappear, just as the home button has disappeared in phones, etc. You will see that disappearing. And what you will end up having is a sort of a conversational interface, which will become far more predictive. So the phone knows that what you are going to be doing. For example, if I look at the Apple Watch, always tells me that, this is the time you are, should we turn off the do not disturb because you are in a meeting? It looks at, so contextualization of technology is going to become big. Vernacular is, so I wrote a post, which I think I talked about the 4 Vs: video, voice, visuals, and vernacular. This will be the 4 drivers of the next billion. I talked about the fact that you will see pin code based jobs. By the way, I'm talking to one of the largest gig platforms in India for enterprise called Avign, AWIGN. I'm talking to the founder on LinkedIn. So if you follow me, you will get a, sort of that conversation where we'll talk about the psychology of the gig workers. So careers is, going to become far more fragmented. It's going to be career 3.0. Career 1.0 was you got educated as an engineer, you spend your life as an engineer and you retire. That's career 1.0. 2.0 is what, one of the XL alumnus, Jishnu did his, MBA from XLRI, joined ITC, then quit it and joined a rock band called Swaratma, and then sort of, earns his living as a rock star. So that's your career 2.0. Career 3.0 is multiple skills, multiple employers, multiple payment systems, all done in the same day. So I get paid for a keynote at a different level as compared to consulting, or coaching at a different level. I get paid differently for drawing and writing. So all those four combined portfolio is going to sort of make up my equation with the world of work. It's very rarely will you end up seeing that a person has one paycheck coming in from one employer. I mean, I think that's a thing of the past. It's progressively going to go away. Specifically, if you're a specialist or a super specialist, so I think there are going to be three broad three stages. One, if you're a generalist where you sort of know a little bit of everything, the buffet model of skills, you're probably better off being inside an organization because it gives you this scope to move around. If you are looking to be a kind of a specialist, but in early stages and you don't have a great personal brand and all, you're better off working with part of the platform. So, so that's your stage 2. Stage 3 is if you have a strong personal brand and you are a super specialist, very clearly being outside of the employment system and really doing your own thing is going to be the career model, which is going to be most fulfilling and what people will do. So this is what you will end up doing. Anyway, let me stop making predictions, because the more predictions I make, more mistakes, are likely to come up and you'll say, oh my God, will you believe it? This guy said this and it's so not true. So let me just pause with these many predictions that I talked about.
Thank you, sir. So I had one more question.
Yes, of course.
So I was going through your career transition, so from manufacturing to FMCG, then to IT. So how was the role of HR change?
And advertising also in between.
Okay, I missed that part. I'm really sorry.
See?
So what was your role change in as a HR itself? There was a shift in role, right? So how did you overcome that, and how was it different in each stage?
So I started my career in iShare, which was a generalist role. I had never worked in nobody in my family had ever worked in the corporate world. So I had very limited awareness and understanding. So iShare was really the place where I wet my feet. In retrospect, I think if I had done Excel after working for 2 or 3 years, I think I would have learned a little bit more because, I really started to make sense and connect the dots. Almost it took me 4 or 5 years to really connect the dots and sort of do that. So Excel was the first one. iShare was the first one after Excel. I went into IR. I worked in a paint factory, Shalimar Paints. I worked in that for a short while. I very quickly realized that, things, the way IR was done in those days was not really something that really worked well with me. I came into Tata Steel, which is also the time I taught at Excel for about 5 years. And I think that was a very significant shift. For the first time, I realized what is it that I really enjoyed doing. And I kind of had a broad idea that, okay, roughly this is what I wanted to enjoy doing. So I thought I enjoyed that. But teaching at Excel meant that, in those days, there used to be 60 people in a class. It was just too many copies to correct, which I didn't like. So therefore, I thought that, okay, I'm going to get bored sick. I enjoyed teaching, but I didn't enjoy doing this, correcting papers and term papers. It was like a really painful part. I didn't want to do that. So I just thought that I'm better off if I stay outside of the academic system. I go back and teach. So I teach at, let's say, a MICA or whatever, I'm Bangalore or whatever it is. It's so much easier, but I don't need to, do the administrative part of writing. So that was my first realization when I was there. That was really the first understanding of what I wanted to do in my career. As I said that I'm a late bloomer, I didn't really have a great view of what I wanted to do in my life. I honestly didn't. I knew what I didn't want to do, but I didn't have a view of what I wanted to do. From there, I went to advertising. I was at Mudra. It gave me a chance to set up MICA at that point of time, the B school in Ahmedabad. It was a great opportunity for me to really work on something completely different, and also work in an area which I really enjoyed. The creativity of working out there. So it was great fun. Then I got a chance to work, at Colgate, where I worked first in India. Then I worked in APAC. I was in Malaysia for a couple of years. I worked in US for a couple of years. I implemented the SAP HR system. So it was another sort of a perspective I picked up. I wanted to learn about IT, but I didn't like it so much that, I wanted to build my whole career in there. I still saw myself, coming back to HR because I think I always enjoy working with people, doing some of the things. So working in a sort of a, program management role was not the most exciting thing of my life. When I came back to India, I joined as the head of HR for Pepsi in the snack division, which was a lovely place to work. I really enjoyed my time there. Brought me back to general management because I had lost track of all of that for 7 years in Colgate, doing the IT implementation. And from there to Microsoft, where I kind of, saw, in a tech company, what HR would look like. And then, and then Wipro happened because I kind of thought that I could potentially do, the role of chief learning officer, which was a far more interesting role. Wipro had 2 vacancies. One was in HR, as the head of HR at that point of time, or versus, let's say something in the chief learning officer role. By that time, I think, as I said, that I'm a slow learner, so it took me a long time to really figure out this is really what I wanted to do. And I wanted to deepen my skills because they eventually then gave me the confidence to work on my own. And it allowed me a chance to really figure out what exactly I would do if I went to start my own thing in terms of consulting. So that's when I sort of figured out that the world is going to move towards a place where leadership, talent, and culture are going to be really massive. And at that time, the digital disruption and all that. But it taught me that, when that one place moves up dramatically, there's always a parallel movement. So as much as we will see a lot of stuff around technology, you will see a huge jump in the way HR is looked at. And so I think for me, that was the opportunity to look at that. Therefore, wanted to do, be an entrepreneur and sort of run that. So it's like, as they say, one life, many masters. So that's how I've looked at my life. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Bhavya, my co-host. She also has raised her hand.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
So, such an amazing session, sir. And so my question is, so world is changing towards hybrid world, corporate world. And as we are the future managers, so how we can take out the best from our teams of hybrid skills?
When you look at the hybrid world, one of the ways to think about it, as I said that, one design principle that I'm going to sort of leave you with, which I think is very useful to look at, the work going forward, no matter where you are working. Don't look at hybrid world of work as one isolated piece. I think it's important to sort of look at work will be hybrid, which is already, so you work with machines and humans. So it's already hybrid. You will perhaps sort of, I kind of think that it's going to be humans, algorithms, and machines. So a HAM model, HAM, you will see 3 of that happening. Maybe there is a, different thing beyond algorithms and machines and all that. I'm clubbing robots, drones, all of that in one kind of a sector. The workforce, as we said, is, also fairly sort of along a continuum, from full-time employment as one, sort of, in parallel with machines, entirely machines, then, part-time, full-time, gig, expert, digital nomads, all of that. You will see a lot of that. So I think this whole border of, personally, I think, and I don't know, I mean, it's partly a wish, partly I think it is going to happen, though I'm on a bad day, I wake up and think it's all a bad dream. But I think you will see that the notion of geography will become irrelevant for careers. India will become a very big talent hub for the whole world. It's got the younger people, it's got an English-speaking workforce. If we stop celebrating Jugaad and build our expertise in some of the areas, I think Jugaad is a curse. I certainly don't want to be known as a country which celebrates Jugaad. But if it was not that, I think Indians have a massive opportunity which is coming their way. And this opportunity is going to stay with us for the next 15 odd years, during which time, if you think about it, you can really have your career which is going to take off. So I think it's a fantastic place for the world to be in. Hybrid is also the workplace, so as I said, digital nomad means, so you already have countries like Estonia which are working on digital nomad sort of licenses and businesses. You can get a digital nomad passport, which allows you to work across India. There are 4,000 Indian businesses which are registered in Estonia. For a very long time, I was really tempted. I was exploring that option of setting up my company in Estonia, and just sort of gives me the option to access the entire European model. But then I thought it means too much of a scale of operation. And, I'm not a person who enjoys this humongous grand scale and sort of running around across different parts of the world. So it prevents me from doing deep work. And I'm a person, I enjoy doing that. So I gave up that. But if I did have somebody in my team who would run that, I would be happy to farm that thing and say that, go ahead and build the European business. But I'm not the person who would be excited in doing that. I think one of the pieces in a sort of very generic way, I think what happens is as you really start to build self-awareness through different instances in your career, you begin to get a great idea of delinking what you can do versus what you want to do. There are two different things. I can do math, but I didn't ever enjoy doing math, and therefore I never wanted to do comp and ben. It was not my ambition in life. So even as a HR director, the first thing I would do is make sure I would have a world-class person who would take care of comp and ben. It is not something that I really ever. I'm not a detail-oriented person. I would be a terrible comp and ben person. But I think I would be pretty good at designing comp and ben systems or incentive systems, etc. All of that. So I think the more you have self-awareness, the more you understand what you want to do versus what you can do, because when you start your career, a lot of us start by, picking things which we can do because it's a safer bet, but it's not necessarily what you want to do. And unless you figure that out, you are never happy at work. So all the stuff that you hear, when I hear people saying, oh my God, it's a Monday, what a terrible thing to happen. I can never relate to that because, in the work that I do, I so totally enjoy it. I could work 365 days a year. And to me, it doesn't seem like a lot of work or something. I totally enjoy it. So I think finding that can versus want is another key to success that comes from self-awareness. So I would say that maybe doing that would be a way to go.
Sure, sir. Sir, I saw your vlogs and your sketches, sir. So, I want to do that actually comes from your sketches also. So they are really amazing, actually.
Oh, thank you so much. I think if somebody were to turn it to an NFT, I think I could be the next millionaire. But no, I'm joking. Nobody would buy that. But yeah, I enjoy doing that because it's just such a powerful way for me to, for all the reading that I do, it's just a great way for me to remember what I've read. And even if I look at something which I would have, done 5 years back, 15 years back, just one look at the sketch, you can recall the full thing. So that's the power of that. So yeah, so maybe that's something that I should invest a little more time in. Thank you so much for that appreciation. It means so much. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So do we have time for one last question or would you like to close?
No, let's do one last question. It's XLRI. I'll always make an exception.
Okay, so then in that case, we'll just go with Yash. Yash.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
My question actually connects a lot of the points that you have said so far. The way I look at it is Generation X has retired. The Generation Y right now is in driving seat, and which has really created, a lot of things that coming up Generation Z is experiencing. And if you look at the Generation Z, the financial stability is not really their concern. It's rather experiencing everything at a much faster pace, which probably is again, driving things like learn, unlearn, automate, which tells us that we are probably at a cusp of a generation shift. And with these kind of mantras, running around in every field, do you see that we will have stability in careers? I mean, I know you are saying that we'll have 2 to 3 different careers simultaneously, but then how would companies ensure a lot of, ethics into this, as well as how would economies respond to this?
So I think, in my book, Dreamers and Unicorns, I talk about the 5 shifts. The last one is perpetual beta. So this whole notion of, when I started my career, one of the things people would say is, now that you've got a job, you should settle down. This whole question was stability. And you would say that if you are a person who values stability, you are not a risk taker, then you should, not be an entrepreneur. You should, take up a job. And if you sort of really look at it in India, it has moved from, if you look at the most happening jobs or the most desirable jobs socially, and I don't mean quality of the job, it's just socially, what would be there. We sort of really look at it. One of the best ways to identify that shift is, if you look at the matrimonial ads, it used to be that, you sort of say that the person works in the government. That was one. Then it became private, it became public sector jobs was this stability. The third then was, multinationals. And then people suddenly started to realize that, global multinationals. And then, there was this whole thing of Indian multinationals, became the big employers. Subsequent to that, if you sort of really look at it, during which time, if you sort of see this as a parallel track, this has also been a time when India, liberalization actually created a lot of opportunities. And the per capita income in India has gone up significantly since then. As a result of it, if you compare the difference between, what the previous generation, if you ask your parents or grandparents, they will all say, we had to send money back to support the family. But today, for most people, as they enter their professional career, most of them don't need to support the family in such a significant manner as they needed to do it before. Now it's a much lesser thing, and people are, so obviously joint family system is also, not as strong today. So there are many parallel tracks. So it is not a, single equation, 2x equal to 10 kind of a thing. It's multiple variables. Having said that, so you will see number of variables changing. So you will not see this whole thing of significant shift. In every generation, the shift has been sort of, if you think about it, every generation actually sees significant shifts, and every generation thinks that what we have seen is about the most that will ever happen in this life. That's not probably true, because every couple of years, major changes will keep happening. Will there be stability in terms of careers? The answer is no. I don't think there's going to be stability in the manner as we think that now I'm at peace, I will just, retire and sort of go it. Because for the very simple reason, human lifespan has increased a lot. And so, you will probably live to be close to 100. There is no doubt about that. If you see India's longevity data, in 1947 was closer to about 32 years. Today, it's closer to 72 years. And then in the next couple of years, as you sort of look at it in the next 20, 30 years, it's going to increase with better food, medicine, options, awareness, all that. It means that you will live to be close to 100. So this whole notion of retiring at 60 is such a stupid idea, because what are you going to do for the next 40 years? I mean, how much of Netflix are you going to watch? Seriously, I mean, so people will need to think of various ways in which they have to stay relevant by skilling themselves, upskilling. The concept of career as a thing that, it is in charge of somebody else's life who pays you is going to go away. It is going to be you getting paid for the things that you want to do when you want to do it. So the concept of career is going to be a lot more closer to what we define as the gig worker today, rather than, anything else that we are thinking about. So I've posted that link on LinkedIn for the LinkedIn Live that I'm doing. I do it every Wednesday. So this one is with trying to understand what the gig worker's mindset is going to be. And the opportunity is from the enterprise version. It works well because you can variabilize the cost of talent. From the point of view of the individual, I mean, so often when a search firm calls me up and says, we've got a great role for you, do you want to go back and sort of do this? I just cannot dream of going back to take up a job and sort of do this, for the simple reason that it means like going back to eating a buffet when I've already discovered that I really like eating dark chocolate. I'm already into dessert and I know I like dark chocolate. Why would I want to start with soup and nuts and dessert and come to all of that? So once you discover what your true passion is and your true calling and what you enjoy doing, that I think is the real game of careers. So when you have very long careers, it's all the more important that you figure out, so a very large part of what I do is about transition coaching and personal branding. I work with individuals and a lot of corporations also. When you think of these transitions, working with people who can bring that clarity is just a very powerful investment to make, because as you get that clarity, I wish I had got this clarity earlier in my life as well. I have no regrets. I mean, I think there was a certain maturity that I needed, and a little more stability in my own career. But I think that clarity is what I would have pursued with far more intent, consciously, if I had to just sort of look at what would I do differently. I think that's the only piece that I would do. Maybe I would have still taken this timing, but not by myself. But thank you so much, Yash.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's been a delightful session. And I mean, there have been so many insights from your side about the role of HR, how it's evolving, this whole angle that HR needs to be intertwined with business and, like build an organizational culture and brand as well, right? So, I mean, on the behalf of the XPGDM batch and XLRI in general, I would like to thank you for taking time on a Monday morning and, enlightening us with all these deep, deep insights of yours. I'm sure each one of us is walking away with more questions than answers. And I think that's a delightful thing. There are so many nuggets of wisdom that you have just thrown at us: deep work, can versus want, all these different things. They're going to spark a million more questions. And I'm sure everyone's going to go and try to learn a lot more. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you. I'm there on LinkedIn. If you follow me, it's just very easy for you to drop in question. Happy to answer. I'm usually pretty good at it, so happy to stay in touch. Thank you. All the best for your career choices.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay, folks, we are breaking for lunch right now. We will be back at 2:00.
Recording stopped.
After a successful driven tech career in TCS, I was looking to expand my knowledge in business. XLRI being one of the first 4 B schools across the world and first in India to start a 1-year MBA program, which is currently known as ExPGDM. This is the reason why I joined XLRI. The program not only hones our leadership skills and creates a solid foundation of knowledge, but also empowers us to think beyond the possible. During my tenure here, I'm learning from the best faculty, networking with a really talented bunch of people, and also participating in numerous activities, which is honing my leadership skills. Thank you.
Swagato Das, a mechanical engineer with close to 6 years of experience in the mining industry. Until recently, I was working at Voltas Limited, handling B2B sales and aftermarket services for their mining products. At Voltas, I was given the opportunity to learn and grow while running the business. I chose to do an MBA to fast track this growth and apply my skills in sales, marketing, operations, and contract management. After close to 6 years of experience, a one-year MBA seemed ideal for my needs. But why XLRI, you may ask? Specifically for the program in general management. This allows me to learn about all facets of management before making an informed decision about my specialization. I won't lie, a one-year MBA is very fast-paced, but my time at XLRI has been fun, and the application of theoretical concepts in real life never ceases to amaze me. With this, I welcome you to XLRI. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ankita Singh and I'm currently pursuing my ExPGDM course from XLRI Jamshedpur. This is their flagship 15-month course provided to professionals having 5+ years of work experience and who are ready to take that next step in their career. This course provides me an opportunity to learn from one of the best faculty ensembles in the country, as well as a platform for my career development in the desired field. This is one of the best programs offered by a legacy institute like XLRI, and hence I was attracted to this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to KRONOS. I am Sayak Biswas, a student of the ExPGDM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. So coming to this program, I had close to 5 years of experience in companies like TCS and Capgemini. I developed multiple Android, iOS and Windows applications, created chatbots, as well as led a small team in data protection and GDPR projects. During this time, I realized that the roles where I really wanted to be in required a thorough understanding of different businesses and its processes. So I decided to join this MBA program. I'll be honest with you, this program is absolutely transformational. The richness and the diversity of the class have helped me gain numerous new perspectives, while the life outside the class has been equally dynamic. I have been able to interact with more than 20 business leaders from different industries in these last 2 months. I feel joining this program has been the best and the most life-changing decision of my life.
After a successful driven tech career in TCS, I was looking to expand my knowledge in business. XLRI being one of the first 4 B schools across the world and first in India to start a one-year MBA program, which is currently known as Executive PGDM. This is the reason why I joined XLRI. The program not only hones our leadership skills and creates a solid foundation of knowledge, but also empowers us to think beyond the possible. During my tenure here, I'm learning from the best faculty, networking with a really talented bunch of people, and also participating in numerous activities, which is honing my leadership skills. Thank you.
Swagato Das, a mechanical engineer with close to 6 years of experience in the mining industry. Until recently, I was working at Voltas Limited, handling B2B sales and aftermarket services for their mining products. At Voltas, I was given the opportunity to learn and grow while running the business. I chose to do an MBA to fast track this growth and apply my skills in sales, marketing, operations, and contract management. After close to 6 years of experience, a 1 year MBA seemed ideal for my needs. But why XLRI, you may ask? Specifically for the program in general management. This allows me to learn about all facets of management before making an informed decision about my specialization. I won't lie, a 1 year MBA is very fast paced, but my time at XLRI has been fun, and the application of theoretical concepts in real life never ceases to amaze me. With this, I welcome you to XLRI. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ankita Singh and I'm currently pursuing my XPGDM course from XLRI Jamshedpur. This is their flagship 15-month course provided to professionals having 5+ years of work experience and who are ready to take that next step in their career. This course provides me an opportunity to learn from one of the best faculty ensembles in the country, as well as a platform for my career development in the desired field. This is one of the best programs offered by a legacy institute like XLRI, and hence I was attracted to this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to KRONOS. I am Sayak Biswas, a student of the ExPGDM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. So coming to this program, I had close to 5 years of experience in companies like TCS and Capgemini. I developed multiple Android, iOS and Windows applications, created chatbots, as well as led a small team in data protection and GDPR projects. During this time, I realized that the roles where I really wanted to be in required a thorough understanding of different businesses and its processes. So I decided to join this MBA program. I'll be honest with you, this program is absolutely transformational. The richness and the diversity of the class have helped me gain numerous new perspectives, while the life outside the class has been equally dynamic. I have been able to interact with more than 20 business leaders from different industries in these last 2 months. I feel joining this program has been the best and the most life-changing decision of my life.
Yeah, Guna, can you hear me? Piyush here this side. We'll just wait for the IT team to get the testing done.
Hello, sir. Can you
Hi.
hear us? Hello, sir.
Yes. Hello. Yeah.
Go on. Is that okay? A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Sarvesh, Anam Gwaliori, and I will be part of this interaction. Today, we are gathered on this virtual platform to welcome Mr. K. Pandiyarajan, also popularly known as Mafa Pandiyarajan, to our Excel family for a heart-to-heart interaction. Sir, on behalf of the ExPGDM batch, I welcome you. We are glad to have you here today. Mr. K. Pandiyarajan, an alum of PhD Tech and XLRI, started his career as an HR professional in DOC India. And later, he co-founded Mafa Management Consultants Limited that grew to be one of the largest temporary staffing company with about 75,000 deputies. He was appointed by the late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha as a Minister for School Education, Youth Welfare and Sports. And later, he served as a Minister for Tamil Language, Tamil Culture and Archaeology in his last tenure. He is currently the Chairman and Director of CIL HR Services. He is the recipient of Eisenhower Fellowship awarded by the United States of America for his contribution to human resources and consulting. Above all, he has guided several students and has been role model for many entrepreneurs. Thank you again, sir, for taking your valuable time. I, an alumnus of PhD Tech and a student of XLRI, feel honored and privileged to welcome you to this conclave.
Thanks, Atal. Such a pleasure to address. This is the one-year program, right? This is the one-year general management program. Yeah, I've addressed it long back. Such a pleasure meeting all of you. How many of you are there in this batch?
In this batch, there are 114, and today we have an audience of 138 now.
Wow. So now your director is who? Mr. Xavier, right?
Father Peter.
Father Peter.
Father Peter. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I see one Father Francis here. Who's that? Is there any professor who is attending this? Am I seeing?
Yes, sir, Father Francis is our professor. Yeah.
Oh, he's taking care of only the general management program, or?
Yes, he's been teaching us managerial communication.
Oh, okay. Okay. Dr. Francis, afternoon to you. So, such a pleasure to address you. You want to do it in a Q&A mode, is what I was told. So, who's asking the questions?
So, the first question will be asked by Anam. So, she'll start the interaction with you.
By who?
Anam Gwaliori.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Good afternoon, sir. Firstly, thank you for taking the time out and joining us today. It's our privilege to host you, sir.
Okay.
While so we know the great achiever, Mr. Pandiyarajan today, the very famous politician and the businessman, we would love to take you down the memory lane and rewind a little and love to know more about your childhood. What were your childhood aspirations and dreams, sir?
Okay. So thanks for the question. So, yeah, I was born in a small village called Vilampatti in Tamil Nadu, near a place called Shivakasi, which most of you would know. Shivakasi, I always introduce it as, in the words of a professor who taught me in XLRI, always his session used to be the first session. There used to be a gentleman called C.G.K. Nair, okay, who was a Keralite. He always used to start his session saying, I'm from Kerala, the land of coconuts and other nuts. All right. So he's no more, but his subject, whatever he took, always used to be etched in our memory. Like that, I always used to introduce, from a place called Shivakasi, the place of crackers and other cracks. All right. So that's the way it's known, the place of crackers, Shivakasi is. And my father was a worker in a cracker factory, and humble beginnings. So my father passed away fairly early when I was 3 months old. So I was brought up in a joint family setting. My grandfather, who was a small-time entrepreneur, starting something on his own to start what was used to be known in those days as a tiny sector in the matches, safety matches area. And my grandfather brought me up along with my grandmother. And I was in a joint family where every year there are at least 1 or 2 additions in the family. So the last I had was around 55 people under the same roof, literally. So it was quite a interesting childhood. And I used to study in a school which was away from my village. And a lot of people made big impact in my mind at that time. I was also the first graduate out of my village, so I used to be very proud about that. And engineering college, going to PhD Tech in those days, we were known as the emergency batch, 1977, when the country went through emergency. That was a very different year because there was no references, no recommendations. It was all completely merit in that year. Emergency did many things to many people. So we were all the emergency batch. So I think the 5 years in engineering made a big difference to me. The childhood dreams, aspirations, if you were to really look at, I always wanted to be on my own. See, in the belts that I'm talking about, especially Tamil Nadu has some 52 industrial clusters. One of it is Shivakasi. Okay, the strength of Tamil Nadu as a state, as is the case with many other states of India, is that every one of these places will have a cluster where similar industry proliferates. Okay, where the entrepreneurship of the native kind is very dominant. And in those belts, even if you earn $1 lakh a month, as a working for someone, you're not valued. Even if you earn 100 rupees per day on your own, then you're valued more. That's the kind of value system which we had. So I always kind of had a premium for entrepreneurship, being on your own kind of a thing. And my grandfather was a bit of an icon for me, who was a cook all his life. And around towards the end of his life, or 60 years, he started this small scale units. And I think he did quite well for himself. He created about 10 of these tiny sector units before he passed away when he was around 68, 69. So he was always a very deep attachment I had towards him. So I always wanted to be on my own. So much later, when in engineering, I always had also a passion for elections, getting elected. I still remember the night when Indira Gandhi was defeated by an unknown person and Raj Narayan or whatever, and people like Ravindra Verma were all icons for us at that time. When I always had a passion for public life at that time. I got elected. My first election happened in PhD Tech, where I won the union elections, general secretary and all that. So I always had a passion. There was one incident which made a lot of difference. It changed my career, so to speak. I was also a good student, but I led a strike in PhD Tech. And during the days in PhD Tech, where strikes were unheard of. And this was the first and last strike which ever happened in PhD Tech, and I led that. The reasons apart, the effects of the strike were very vivid in my memory. It turned very violent and bloodshed and all that stuff. So that period was a very tough period in my life. And after, the question which I always were left with is, people who are perfectly very, very peaceful, how do they turn so violent when there's a mob psychology kind of a thing? So I actually wanted to go out and study psychology. And there was a time when it used to be 5-year engineering, and one of my seniors had joined XLRI. And I went through a traumatic phase because I couldn't write my exams, hall ticket, finally somebody came and rescued, and I had to spend a year doing a post-graduation in Guindy engineering. But this friend of mine, Subra, he used to be called, he was studying in XLRI. He used to talk about Excel as an institution, which can be a healing phase for me. That's what He told me, and he was the one who told me I should not take business management. I should take PM and IR. In those days, it used to be known as personnel management and industrial relations. So I remember the day when I went for the XLRI interview, where I kept telling the panel, I want to study psychology and I want to be an entrepreneur. And people are actually laughing. You know, I still remember many of those professors who were sitting there. Two of them are not there. One of them is still there. Two of them, Father McGrath and Neelima Acharji, a doyen of trade union movement in this country, who used to be teaching in XLRI. They were part of the panel, and they used to always laugh quoting this incident. I kept on repeating this, and they kept on telling me, neither you can become neither, because in those days, if you study PM and IR, you don't become an entrepreneur. Okay, so you go there and work as a personnel manager or industrial relations expert. You don't become entrepreneur. So they were laughing at both of it at that, but they gave and in those days, engineers don't become PM and IR. They don't take PM and IR at all. Our batch was the first batch to induct three of us who were engineers who went into PM and IR. So it was quite a comedy for them. There's someone who strayed into this kind of a look they had. But lo and behold, after 25 years, when we had our return to XLRI, the Silver Jubilee batch or whatever, we figured out that out of 51 people who passed out of BM, there were hardly 9 of them who have become entrepreneurs. While out of the same 51 who passed out of PM and IR, we were almost 28 people who had become entrepreneurs. Many things have changed in the intervening 25 years. And I wanted to talk about some of them, might be of some value for some of you, because the nature of industry dynamics over the next 25 years, starting from 1984, had a dramatic impact on career choices, especially entrepreneurial choices, which even now I see many of the XLers tend to do. Like, for instance, in my company, when I started with about 60,000 rupees initially, we told to ourselves that we'll go to the best of institutions, get the best of MBAs, and induct them into the company. And I told to myself that I'll build $1 billion company over some 20 years or something like that, which is what we told to ourselves. And we used to make slogans out of it and things like that. In an industry which was not even considered as an industry at that time, placement agency is what we were known as in those times, when my wife Lata and myself started this company, Morpha. Many people wondered why you leave a multinational and go and start up something in a very small way and things like that. But out of what we knew that we will do our $1 billion someday. So we grew little by little, and what is known as crowdsourcing now, we ended up doing without being known as crowdsourcing. I took equity from many people. Even when we were a 4-year-old company, we converted ourselves as a public limited company. And but though we were only 1 crore turnover at that time. So we were taking equity in a very small manner. People who used to work with me in the match factories of Shivakasi, who would have grown to be supervisors at that time, invested their hard-earned 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees as equity in my company. So it was very good phase where whatever we earned, we put it back, and whatever we are able to grow into, to the extent we can service the equity by 20% dividend, we would take equity. So that was a model that we had, our own homegrown model. So at some point in time, after 8 years, 2000, when we had 276 investors with us, okay, collectively holding almost 40% of the equity in the company. And that was the time 3 phrases I discovered new meanings for them. Okay, I think that's another life-changing experience, what your colleague first mentioned about Isonova Fellowship. I went to that fellowship in the year 2000. And this is a fellowship by the US government, where we as a family spent 2 months in US, and all expense paid. They were given a mentor. I had Amartya Sen as the mentor for me. And we were a batch of 15 families who just moved around 10 different states of US. We work out a model of engagement for us. I studied the HR services industry. My wife, Lata, also studied the what was at that time known as the venture capital industry. She studied that, and the 2 months opened her eyes to many things. Like, for instance, the phrases, the 3 terms, the term called value, the term called business model, and the term called venture capital. How these 3 words or phrases assumed different meanings. That was all the time I used to study this book called The World is Flat, which the first time it came around that time. And some of the ideas which were mentioned there, some of the thoughts which some of the people I met there gave them, I think it made a big difference to my life. Came back, took the first venture capital in the month of March 2000, when in our industry, no one had taken VC at that point in time. And we were only a 10 crore turnover company with 50 lakhs PAT. And but we had kind of experimented with the .com. We created Morpha.com, which was an integrated portal of 7 portals in 7 sectors of HR, starting with freshcarrier.com, flexicarrier.com, traininghorizons.com, conclaveindia.com, psychoprofiling.com. So all the 7 areas of HR value chain, we could craft it into morpha.com. And that was an interesting model. So it attracted one of my clients who came and gave 1 crore of rupees. I remember carrying the check from Calcutta, a client of mine in Calcutta, Usha Martin Ventures. They were the first investors in Morpha. And I couldn't even believe when I land back in the flight in Chennai, I was carrying 1 crore DD. And it was for about 1.2% shares in the company. So a 10 crore turnover company with half a crore profit can actually be valued at some 90 crores or whatever. Is something which was very new, the second term called value, the meaning of value, which at that time I read an interesting article by C.K. Prahalad, the doyen of management, who at that time was part of the Harvard Business School. So he wrote a very interesting formula. Being an engineer, I like this formula, which said value is equal to scale plus scope plus depth. The scale at which you run a business, the scope of what all you do, and the depth defined by him as management bandwidth, financial depth, and intellectual property depth. These are the very simple formula that he gave, which made a big impact in my mind. I started thinking about how in a HR business there could be IPR creation. And I realized that it's possible. We were one of the earliest to set up a HR research group. And we started developing some instruments. One of the simple instruments, career design. When the valuation time happened, it was valued very hugely. We realized that you can draw money as investment from people who don't want to run your company, but who would want a good return at some point in time. So this game interested me, and the idea of a business model, which was new in the 2000s, where earlier businesses, their way of doing business was there, but idea of business model, where you can turn completely upside down where you draw revenue from, where you put your cost in. I'd like to give you an example. Till then, we were charging the clients and not charging the candidates. At the time when we went into the .com world, very briefly, we were in the pure play.com thing, where we thought we should charge the candidates and let go of the clients, which is a job board model. Later on, as Naukri demonstrated 2 years later. That became a big hit of a model. Okay, so we were there, but very quickly we realized that we were ahead of our time with internet penetration at that time in India being 1.5%. To kind of aim at a pure play portal would be a mistake. We realized that when we retracted after a year and a half, by which time dot-com valuations skydived, literally nosedived, literally. Okay, so we had to kind of revise our business model. We did that 3-4 times, and luckily we had not blown up out of 8.5 crores which we got as VC money. Only half of it we had blown up. So stop the search for eyeballs as everybody used to be doing. And when I see the unicorns of today, India has had its 53rd unicorn last week, which are companies which get a $1 billion valuation within 5 years of their birth or whatever. That's to me the definition of unicorn. And India has generated now 53 unicorns. My mind goes back to the early 2000s when there were many people who were after the holy grail of high valuation. Very few of them succeeded. Like 17 of us in my industry took venture capital. Only 2 survivors were Naukri and Mofa. Naukri, which stayed with this .com, making many course corrections as they went. He's also, Big Chandani is the new unicorn he has created, which is Zomato, the public issue, which has recently gone. And he is now in its second coming at this point in time. But at that time, 15 of the companies kind of died or restructured or sold or, erased their identity. Without the identity getting erased, Mofa went into the next phase. But we actually went in for a strategic investment. There was a point in time in 2004 when I had the choice of either going for a public issue, because we were one of the earliest consolidators of this business. We were the first to cross 10 crore turnover in this industry. I still remember the day when we proudly declared in our industry association that we've crossed 10 crores. People got up and clapped hands. Okay, and we were the first to cross 100 crores in the year 2004. Everybody clapped hands, and we were actually the first to cross 1,000 crores, which was in 2010. Okay, so it was kind of your question of the dream of childhood. Clearly, it was to be on my own. And I also had an intense involvement or knowledge of politics. I used to know Bihar politics very well. Even in 1977, I could be very comfortable with Karpuri Thakur or, Jayaprakash Narayan or Ellen Mishra, or very detailed, intense involvement with politics I had at some point in time. So till 2010, I ran my business and took it from 5 lakhs revenue in the first year to 1,000 crore revenue in the 18th year, which is 2010, where in 2004 we had sold the shares of all these 276 very small players, very small investors, many of whom Mofa was the only investment. So we had to give exit to them. So we gave them an exit through Videor. Videor was at that time world's second largest HR services company, headquartered in Netherlands, listed in Amsterdam Stock Exchange. But they had a very interesting business model of wanting to be a confederation of entrepreneurs. They said, we are not a company, but we are a confederation of entrepreneurs. So they actually picked up companies like Mofa in about 51 countries. Each of them has an entrepreneur who runs his own company. He holds a minority share, but he runs it as with his own brand, with his own enterprise, with his own identity. That was an interesting model for us. So we kind of sold the bulk of the shares. I held on to around, Lata and I held on to 19% shares. And the next 4 years was very delightful years in my life, where I went out and started creating newer and newer offices. We started with Middle East, 7 offices in 6 countries we had created, and Southeast Asia, 4 offices in 3 countries, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand. Then, of course, Hong Kong happened. Then, of course, China happened. Then we went to UK and US. I think I really kind of understood a whole lot of dynamics of how this industry operates worldwide. Yeah, but lo and behold, some issue happened. 2008, Videor was acquired by Randstad in a hostile transaction. And Randstad was a good company, is a good company, but they had a very clear direction: one company, one brand, one world. So they never had the diversity which Videor kind of encouraged consciously. They were very clear, their brand will be there everywhere. Okay, so there was a fundamental clash in terms of, though I ran the company for another 2 years and kind of sold their shares to them. After that, continued to be their chairman for Randstad India for another 3 years. But we, during that 3-year period, we took our brand back. Randstad gave the brand back to us, but with the proviso that we can't use it for recruitment and staffing. So we created a new brand called CL after 4-year period, after the non-compete period was over. So we started the business in the name of CL, which is now an IPO candidate, which has done about 306 crores last year. And this year we hope to do around 450 crores. And it's one of the top 12 now. You know, from a time when at 10 crores I was a market leader, the market is consolidated so well that it's today a 47,000 crore market in India, the recruitment and staffing industry. And we used to always take a pride in those days that we started going to MSW school in the first year, Madras School of Social Work. MSW students we used to take. Second year, we went to second tier MBA schools. The third year, we went to premier institutes. And the fourth year, actually, we were a day one company in IIM Ahmedabad. Okay, we kind of very quickly moved in the value chain to be a premium player. And then we sustained at that point in time. We used to take people from Excellentis on a very regular basis. We went into HR consulting in a very premier kind of a positioning manner. So we could kind of evolve as a premium player eventually. So it's kind of at 2010 end, when I sold the company, we were into 8 different businesses in the HR value chain. For HR automation, we had created a separate company called Midwesta. We had 18 companies operating from 14 countries at that point in time. And we were in a way forerunner to all these listed companies today. Now the industry has 3 listed companies, and with the largest company being around 11,000 crores revenue-wise. And the overall industry turnover is about 47,000 crores. India currently has about 1.4% of the world market, which is still very, very low, though it was not even considered as an industry for a long, long time. I think the key contribution that MOFA made was to gain an industry status for recruitment and staffing. In my view, that is something I'm personally proud of. And today, yeah, along the way, I went into politics. 2009, I stood for the parliament elections. Lost it, but had good vote share. And the next time, 2011, I became an MLA from Virudhunagar, near my native place. And 2016, I became a minister. 2016, I got re-elected from a constituency called Avadi. And the earlier chief minister, Amma, Purachitalavi Amma, Dr. Jayalalitha, she gave me the ministry of education for Tamil Nadu and youth and sports and culture. I was also the first GST council member from Tamil Nadu. Very delighted, even though it was a 6 months I was there. I was instrumental in the 4 key legislations relating to GST council. In fact, the foundation of the GST laws, we were one of the 4 people who, along with under the leadership of Mr. Arun Jaitley, we laid the foundation for it. All 4 were chosen because of our corporate background, so that we could be the voice of the corporate world and things like that. So that was a very delightful high during my political period. And the last 2 months, I have now come back to the corporate world as the chairman of CL and Morpha Strategy, Morpha Education. These are the 3 companies, along with another IT company called Integram. These are the 4 companies we have in our group now. What I created over 18 years, 1,000 crore kind of level, we believe we can create it in the next 2 years, which would be the 1,000 crore mark or whatever. Probably a little earlier, because now the new world, fundraising becomes a lot easier, especially with our earlier credentials of having given exit of a credible kind to 3 VCs. So that's valued by today's money market. So we hope to raise some 50 to 75 crores now as private equity, and leveraging on that, do some acquisitions and kind of hope to do a public issue in about 2 years from now. So that's where currently we are. We right now have about 54 offices in about 40 locations. We hope to raise it to 100 locations by the end of this year. We were one of the earliest to franchise the HR services industry. Nobody thought it could be done. We said that if Unilever can do it, P&G can do it. If Asian Paints can do it, so can we, is the model we had. We were one of the first to standardize the service delivery in this industry. So with the level of standardization, scaling through franchising becomes a lot more possible. So that's one of the contributions we made to transplant the business partner experience into this industry. Okay, so that's briefly about me, and shoot your questions. I'll be happy to answer. XLRI has always remained very dear to me. I always think of Father Megrath, Father Mascarenas, and Mr. Gangopatyaya, Gango as we call in those days. Many of the professors who made a very deep impact in my mind. It used to be a lot more close-knit community. I mean, off late, whenever I come to Excel, I see a lot less of the very, very deep human integration we used to have. I've always told the Excel that the ethos that the Jesuits brought in there, the ethos of Tata and the Tata support, which always XLRI had. Somewhere that blended culture, I always felt it's very important to for Excel to sustain it. I've seen the campus to be a lot deeper now, a lot less green than what it used to be, and but probably a lot brighter students whom we are drawing from a lot wider kind of catchment area. Earlier, there were very, very strong social considerations, almost to the extent of reservations earlier in XLRI. And I also had the dubious distinction of leading the only strike XLRI ever had. You know, that's something I want to say. I mean, when we were in the first year in Excel, there was a Jesuit politics which we got involved in. And we went on a strike against one of the father professors being shifted out of XLRI. So that was an interesting time when I actually tried, where I had to understand the politics of religion. And but I think some of the people I really regard very, very heavily in my life come from XLRI. And the relationship has lasted a lifetime for me. And the reason, moment you called up, I said I will immediately attend was primarily this reason. My alma mater means a lot for me. Yeah, go on. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. That was really inspiring. Someone who started his journey from Sivakasi to then PhD Tech at Coimbatore, XLRI, and now one of the top members in Tamil Nadu. So it was really inspiring. And now I just want to shift a little towards the startup industry, since you are someone who started back in 1990s. So now, as you said, India is now becoming a global startup hub, and we can see many startups rise and see many fall today. So when we look at this trend, we could see that many startups today don't have a perfect answer to why they do or what they do. I want to ask you, what was your answer to that why question when you started MAFA in 90s?
I want to just quickly respond to Priyashri Ghoshal, who has sent a question. I think it's important that I also think the second reason why I'm addressing you, we do have high quality HR jobs in MAFA, in CL, both of the companies. Currently, as I said, CL is the one of the top 12 recruitment and staffing companies in the country. And in MAFA strategy, we have HR consulting, growth consulting, legal compliance business, and education, which is skill development. So all these businesses now are growing. And as I said, from 306 crores last year, we'll do about 455 crores this year. And the next year, we intend to go to 1,000 crores. So that's the kind of scale which we are hoping to achieve. And anybody from Excel will have a premium entry. So your colleague has my email ID. Please forward that across. And any of you are interested, I'll be very, very delighted to respond myself. And when is this batch graduating out? This batch of, they call it PGCGM, right?
Executive PGDM, sir.
So when will this be graduating?
2022, sir, June.
Oh, June. Oh, we are just starting the classes now, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, maybe even for the other XLRI students will be interested. So if you can just pass it on and coordinate that, I'll be grateful. So your question of, who's the person who asked me the first question? Dheeraj Kumar, no. I'm just getting a little lost, yeah.
Priyashri Ghoshal, sir.
Priyashri, I've answered. The other question, who asked?
The question I asked.
Sorry, I'm still not very...
Okay, I'm Sarvesh.
Sarveshwar. Okay, yes, Sarvesh. Okay. Yeah, so why entrepreneurship, I've answered in the first response. So I've always been wanted to be on my own. And at the time when we started, that was 1992, there was, I think, a strong need for a company which will define itself as a professional recruitment firm. In those days, professional recruitment was an oxymoron. I mean, nobody would think of recruiters as being professional. You know, we were one of the first to say we will only work as a retained consultant. And that was a model which was not there earlier. So we were the first to say without an advance, we will not work. We used to have some ethical norms for ourselves. We will not headhunt from a client kind of a norms. Looking back, the transition to a HR services industry is something we could achieve from being a neighborhood placement agency kind of a thing. And yeah, but as we went along, as I said, the big break came when the venture capital happened. The idea of value gained prominence. And of course, we had the right business models at that point in time. Many mistakes also we made along the way. One of the things, for instance, is being a pioneer in the industry. We were also bearing the pioneer's cross. Our valuations were not very high. Nobody had any benchmark at that point in time. But then we became the benchmark with which almost 10 times the valuation for a comparable size of company happened in the next transaction itself. So similarly, we were the first to do strategic investor being welcomed into India. So once the multinational had taste of it, now there are 8 multinationals who have come in through acquisitions. So we had to bear the pioneer's cross often. And we were also one of the earliest to sell. And when we sold, we were a minority shareholder without a great deal of negotiating strength. So in the second coming of MAFA version 2, which is CL, I intend to guard against some of these mistakes. And this time we will take it through a public issue, which is a choice that I've made. And hope that I'll retain this entrepreneurship streak for a little longer. Thank you. Yeah.
Sir, we have a question from Mohini Pooja in the chat box. I'll read that for you. So
Yeah.
what is the role of higher educational institutions, especially management schools, in enhancing leadership skills in students for them to be the best fit in HR field in data-driven industry?
A good question. Who is Mohini? I'm not able to see her. Okay, so she's not visible. All right. Okay. Yeah. So maybe you should get them to ask the questions that I can.
If she can raise her hand, we can.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got to see her. Okay. No, Mohini Pooja. What's it? Mohini Pooja Haggahalli. Oh, Karnataka. Okay. All right. Yeah. So the leadership per se, I tend to believe it's very innate in a person. All that a B school can do is to make a person own up and actually dignify the native leadership style that anybody has. I don't think leadership is, this is leadership and this is not leadership. It's not something I accept. There used to be a session in Excel called contingent leadership. I don't know whether people still teach that. Warren Bennis used to come up with that model. You know, leadership is contingent on the situation. Okay, so used to come up with different models of leadership. I personally think your style is unique. Every person has his or her own style of leadership. I think the institution, if it's a good institution, it should dignify the native leadership style that you have. Okay, this is a belief I have. Okay, even I also tend to think that there's nobody who's a leader who's above par and always a leader kind of a thing. I don't believe in. There are moments of leadership, in my view. Even with the lowliest of people, I've seen moments of leadership. And in the height of leaders, I've seen moments of complete anti-leadership. Okay, so I think leadership, I tend to believe it's a process. Okay, and you get certain moments of leadership when you rise to the occasion. I've always liked one of the statements from Upanishads. Kathopanishad talks about a leader is one who can see the unseen, who can articulate the unarticulated, and who can act what is withheld. Okay, this is a powerful statement for me, which defines leadership as a process. Leadership as a process are the moments when you actually see the unseen. Okay, like today, each of the 53 icons, I have researched into them. Some of them have run are my very dear friends. Some of them I know have made series of mistakes before they hit upon this one big idea, which which is not often their own, frankly. You know, if you see a Ola, it is taken off from a Uber. Okay, but they saw that when everybody else was seeing Uber for 2 years, when everybody saw Uber, but never had the ability to articulate the unarticulated and act what was being withheld. So it's a similar business model. In the Indian context, they tuned it, made some chiseling here, there. But effectively, it's the same Uber. But they've made a big killing here. They're one of the respected unicorns here. Okay, so to me, to be able to see the unseen, to be able to articulate and have the guts to articulate what others are failing to articulate, and or choosing not to articulate, and to actually act what is withheld by a whole lot of other people, is the definition of a leadership process. And anyone can be a leader. Can a B school dignify the native leadership strength in each one of you? I honestly think most of the B schools actually put cold water on your spirit of being on your own or being a leader or whatever. Moment you get immersed in the labyrinth of so much of concepts and cognitive learning, you tend to devalue your own native ability to lead. And to me, the best B school is one which doesn't teach what they teach as universal truths, which teach what they teach as to be held lightly in your shoulders and mind, is the best B school in my view. So when IMA introduced the case method way back in 1980s, in line with Harvard, I like that model because it actually, in a way, doesn't give anything as a universal truth. And that is, to me, very true because the context is changing so dramatically, especially in the last 6-7 years. I would see a phenomenal transition. You know, lots of people joke about many of these unicorns not making money, going after, like they did, go after eyeballs, now going after market share rather than bottom line. There are many people who criticize it, like there were many people who were criticizing the dot-com phase. And many of them were proved right, okay? But today, this has lasted for almost 6-7 years now. This phase or the window of valuation-driven, market share-driven, industry restructuring-driven disruption. So if you're able to see the disruption, and some of the disruptions are very, very simple. I mean, hailing a cab and creating a platform for hailing a cab, it seems to be a very simple thing. Like, see this urban company. When you're thinking of people doing massage at home, a very simple concept to standardize it and to kind of replicate, make it replicable, make it better for people to utilize their capacity. I mean, a very simple idea. You go through the urban company site, you will see about 8 services. Each of these services are things which we always knew can be improved upon in terms of the service delivery. And it's also no big deal of a platform. If you really see the platform as it, the guy has thought first and he's put together a team to make that happen with a shoestring budget. And third year from the time he starts, he gets into the unicorn league or whatever. See, to me, the disruptions which are around, if you're a person who can see the disruptions as they come and have the guts to go and say to the right forum, put together a team. And of course, if you can get people to act what they've always wanted to act, but no one is there to tell them to do. A system you create to work around that, you become a leader. I mean, I'm talking of corporate leadership. The corporate leadership to me has really, really changed in terms of the nature of leaders who are needed. They're no longer the macho leaders whom we were asked to be in the early 90s or early 2000s or even early 2010s. To me, the new leader, a successful leader is one who can actually see the unseen, articulate what is unarticulated, and act what others are withholding from action, in my view. That's, I hope, response to your question. Go on.
Thank you for this enlightening answer.
Yeah.
So, Anam here, I had a question and then we'll probably pick up the audience questions.
Yeah.
So you've made significant contributions to the education sector. And also now you've taken sabbatical from politics to enhance the skill development of the nation. Yeah. But sir, the pandemic has, if you must have observed, has risen the gap between the privileged ones and the ones who do not have access to infrastructure and as an income disparity. How do we bridge this gap and provide skill development and educational opportunities to the underprivileged as well, sir? How can we do this as a nation?
That's Anam Gwaliari, is it?
Yes,
You're
sir.
from Gwalior. Where are you from?
No,
Gwalior.
My ancestors were from Gwalior, but I am from Mumbai.
Oh, okay, okay. Your ancestors are one of those great Marathas left behind in that serial. No. You saw the great Maratha serial?
No,
You didn't?
I will watch it, sir.
One generation.
No, I haven't.
Sorry, okay. Generation gap. So your question of this digital divide or whatever you're talking about, Corona creating greater impact on the underprivileged. I'm not sure whether it's very true. And I think it has differences between the states. There are some states who have managed this transition very well, especially Orissa, if you really look at the way they have handled the pandemic, and I don't think it's uniform across even the states of India, leave alone the countries. Okay, but in my view, the pandemic has created certain opportunities and it has created certain changes, as any pandemic has done ever. The earlier pandemic, 100 years back, what we had, the Black Plague or whatever, left in its trail a lot more disastrous outcome than what we have currently. In Tamil Nadu, the village area that I come from, even now they keep talking of that phase where they will say, when they have to yell at somebody, they will still say "Kollaila kondu potom." Kollai means plague, or the kind of impact of that, which has lasted after 100 years. Even now in the Vattara Valakku, as we call, in the local dialect, it's still, when you really yell at somebody, you say, "Let plague take you." Okay. So to me, 5 generations later, it's left an impact. I'm not sure whether this pandemic has had that kind of an impact, in my view. And I think whatever negative impact it's had, in my view, it's also had so much of positive impacts, okay, which will be a legacy for us. Okay, one of the positive impact is the kind of movement towards the digital world, what the 2 years has brought us, year and a half has brought us, is really phenomenal. I mean, if today, out of the 53 icons, almost 2/3 of them are actually aided by this process of digitalization. In fact, I would really like, if your professor here, I would suggest to him, please make this mandatory, these 53 unicorns, to do a research on them, what people have seen differently, how has, for instance, this pandemic helped in the evaluation. I mean, you think Zomato and Paytm would be valued so much today, but for the pandemic, I'm sure pandemic would have created at least 3 times valuation for them because of the phenomenal transition and structure of the society, structure in terms of consumption pattern, structure in terms of even the way you reach to your customers, even how you define your customer. I think it's all been changing. So I would say, and for instance, the kind of geopolitical movements which are happening in the world today, the kind of anti-China alignment of the world, which has happened, largely triggered by the Wuhan source or whatever, that has implications which are phenomenal. You think this guy who came from US last week would have taken the kind of stances he has taken, but for Corona, I don't think so, frankly. I don't know whether you guys have, we used to have an excellent subject called economic environment of business, which also used to have a chapter on geopolitics when I studied many decades ago in Excel. If you're not having it, please, I'll ask Father to get it introduced, because to me, many of these disruptions, you can actually figure from the geopolitical movements, because the world today is a lot more driven by geopolitical alignments, in my view. Like, but for the Quad, which is the collection of 4 countries happening, today the easing of H1 for Indians would not have happened in US, for instance. Okay, it fundamentally changes the nature of the industry, the way you are able to migrate to another country, the way business processes are allowed to migrate from one country to another country, has deep connect to the geopolitical dynamics which are happening, which is very heavily done, whether it's a vaccine diplomacy and its consequences, whether it's India hoping to become the vaccine capital of the world and its consequences, and of course, the rise of certain sectors, fall of certain sectors, which I think pandemic has really been supportive of. And any of this churn is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs. MBAs who are coming out of institutions, you can just be stuck to your books, or you can be stuck to your experiences. If you are allowing the freedom of being linked to your experiences and form your perspectives out of your experiences, great opportunity for you, in my view. Okay, of course, you need to be careful. You need to be a lot more, aligned with what the government wants you to do and all that. But I think I see the pandemic as an opportunity for India. In the Committee of Nations, we will go up a few notches. Already, as you know, we have done quite well now in the last 4 months of this year, we as a country has grown very well. And who knows, next year we may actually be fourth economy in the world. That's what most people are predicting. We are fifth currently. And part of the reason why we are doing it ahead by 5 years could be Corona and its implications. Yeah, go on. Yes. Yeah, I think there's a quiz which also our CL has given to you. Please go ahead and attend this. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Now we'll move to the audience questions. Now I'll ask people to raise their hands and I'll ask them to speak with you.
Okay. Yeah.
So first I'll ask Sivakami.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, go on. Sivakami is
Yes.
my mother's name, incidentally. Yeah, go on.
Sir, in your experience and career, there could have been a lot of ups and downs. So what is your motivation secret that keeps you going? Can you share it with us?
Yeah, very, I would say, if I have to honestly respond to it, see, my wife has been part of this whole process. You know, when we started the company first, she was running an audit firm. She's a chartered accountant, and she was very instrumental in my having the guts to start the company with hardly anything at that point in time. Though I was from XLRI, worked for 9 years prior to starting the company. I was, as you know, from a large family, my joint family, and there was a lot of commitments I had. So I hardly had any money beyond my provident fund, which I had to put in as equity, which was only around 60,000 rupees. Okay, so I think the guts to start came from my wife, and she's always been a co-promoter in this company. You know, we've always been very complementary to each other. For instance, I'm always a lot more aggressive, more experimentative. She's a lot more conservative and you know, stick to the knitting variety, not the adventurous type. But she'll always manage finance, HR, legal, company secretarial, and all the support functions. I've always managed operations and marketing, which has been my core, really. So kind of that complementarity helped in the whole process. And if you, motivation is she, the brake is she. She's actually both the accelerator and the brake in our car, I would say. Yeah, we've lived together for about 32 years now. And as I look forward to my second innings in the corporate world, as I turn 61 and kind of restart my career, I think this relationship is precious, and this relationship is kind of infusing a lot more of myself in taking this forward. That's what my honest answer would be. Yeah, there are a whole lot of other people who have supported me. And in politics, I would imagine I've always owe my success experience to Amma, who I had the pleasure of meeting early in my political career. You know, to enter politics at 50 is not an easy joke. Okay, when you go into become an MLA at 50, very, very late, given the political dynamics. Yeah, that I could do 10 years of meaningful work, I would attribute completely to Amma and the special place I had in her heart. I mean, these are two people I would say like made a big difference to my life and continue to make a big difference to my life. Thank you. Thanks, Shivaka. Yeah.
And next we have Jagan.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
Jagan.
I'm Jagan. Yes,
Jagan.
I'm
Yes,
Jagan
go on,
Maran from
go on.
Chennai.
Yeah.
I have seen you closely over these years, even when you have been ministers of Avadi constituency. So, sir, my question is, when I had been seeing the blogs of Randstad India, okay, I came to know, like I can see lots of blogs regarding Industrial Revolution 4, which is the world moving towards automation.
Right.
What do you see the strategy of what will be the strategy transformation of human management consultancies with respect to the Industrial Revolution 4?
Yeah, good question. See, as far as MAFA is concerned, Randstad, I'm not sure whether they are still in Industry 4.0. MOFA strategy is consulting in the area of Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is a construct which has evolved over the last 5-6 years. And with IoT now making a big difference, AI and IoT making a big difference to the way manufacturing runs around the world. I'd like to give you a simple example. GE, for instance, said when they first used manufacturing analytics, they could save the cost they could reduce by around 2%, which is supposed to have given $1 billion in addition in their profitability. Okay, that's when it started. And today I see a lot more deployment of IoT and AI, machine learning into the manufacturing process. Okay, Industry 4.0 is not only about this, but includes this whole thing. I think it's a construct which is here to stay, and a lot of consulting happens around Industry 4.0 transition. Okay, a simple thought, for instance. I also want you to link this to the political decisions. For instance, when a simple decision got taken by the government of India, when Modi came to power 2014, one of the key changes he brought in was in the way defense purchases happen. You know, when today you import, for instance, planes, Rafale planes from France, for every penny we pay them, half of that money they have to buy components from India, okay, and or services from India. If you buy it for about $6 billion, then $3 billion worth of products they have to buy from here. This is a policy which the government of India brought in the year 2015, I think, and it's continued now. See the impact it has on the manufacturing process in India. Now, at least 6 state governments have created aerospace parks, aero parks, including Tamil Nadu, which is now around 17 companies have come into Tamil Nadu through this route. And all the people are dependent on this purchases from the defense vendors to government of India. Okay, and all the processes need to be aligned with the standards by these companies. So an extent of automation is very high with these people, and almost all of them seem to be using Industry 4.0 frameworks. Okay, like a simple idea of there's something called NatCap, which you need to use as an accreditation. For any auto component company, want to run an assembly line for aero components. Okay, now everybody wants to supply aero components to the overseas companies, like the suppliers of Rafale, for instance. They will need to buy the components from India. That's a, by the government policy that has to be done. So everyone wants this accreditation. So there are demand from the consulting side for having NatCap. People will go and accredit and things like that. People who are hitherto working in public sectors like HAL suddenly become hot properties because they are able to go and do the accreditation. So see how some of the opportunities get created as we evolve into the newer economy. So Industry 4.0 is only one of the aspects. It's a construct, as I said, which accumulates many things which are trends in the manufacturing, including IoT and analytics and AI and machine learning and all that stuff. Okay, so to me, it's and some of these have become fads who have not even lasted for 1 year, 2 years, and then they go into something else. The hope is that it's not a mere transience; it's a transition to another phase in industry, like the Taylorian approach towards Henry Taylor when he first articulated splitting of jobs and making mass production happen. That must be what, 200 years or whatever now, industrial revolution around that time. So from then, the Industry 4.0 is a concept which brings in the latest technologies and brings in a lot more of speech-based controls. And they see it's a higher level of control systems compared to what in process industry we used to call it APC. Started with simple SCADA systems, moved to DCS, moved to APC, And now, of course, they are talking to Industry 4.0. It's one integrated construct, as I see. Okay. So all the best. Learn more. It's a great area to make a career in consulting, especially if you were to take a career. Industry 4.0 consulting for transitions would be a big area. Thank you. Yeah, one last question I'll take. I've sent you my email ID to everybody and the WhatsApp. Just mail to me or WhatsApp to me. Any other questions? I'll just take one question. Yeah. It's about an hour, right? Which you plan? Yes.
Yes, so if you can
Go
pick
on.
up one question. I had a question. I just
Yeah.
like a parting words from your side, sir. As somebody who's touched thousands of lives, what advice would you give to us as MBA students as we embark on this journey of becoming future leaders? What things should we we take care of, and how do we conduct ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, first find a good place to start your career in, and look for things like how much you are able to blossom in that particular place, rather than giving undue weightage to higher salaries. Okay, frankly, now there are many companies which can give you options where you can co-own the company, and some of you, I believe, come with experience, so you don't need to be scared of taking something. People who have done that have grown to phenomenal extents, where now one of the questions people ask is it possible for me to co-own this enterprise? A real co-ownership can I have? It's a question you can ask. There are many people where today I believe 5% of the new enterprises are born in the campuses. So if you have an idea, unlike us who had to wait for 9 years, 10 years, earn a bit of stability for yourself and then start something. Today, the role of your own capital to start an enterprise has really reduced dramatically. Are you having an idea? Is that idea tested? Do you have a team which you are able to, carry along with you? These are questions which keep getting asked. When I co-founded Chennai Angels about 7-8 years back, we were 5 of us who co-founded it. Now there are almost 230 angels in a conservative city like Chennai. The Indian Angel Network has apparently twice that number. Okay, there are many people who actually would value you if you actually don't have money to invest. Okay, in the sense they don't expect you. They would want to have that privilege of investing in you. So that idea that I'll work for somebody for 9 years, 10 years, and then kind of with my core funds, I will start a company, is not there any longer. That is not there. So you can choose an entrepreneurial journey. Like I understand today, the day one companies are no longer, earlier it was Unilever, always, where you will never be able to hold an equity, but they will give you the best of life. That used to be the kind of image. And the students also used to prefer such companies where there's no idea of co-ownership or whatever. Co-ownership or ICI used to be a day one company. ITC used to be a day one company. Companies which always used to have a great management discipline they will teach you, and a great life you will have, a great life of comfort. All that was committed, and a great place where you get trained in. Okay, now I think it's changing. You can be a part of any of these unicorns. You can be a part of any aspiring unicorns which are also coming your way. You have a choice now of different kinds. Understand how much is your need for stability. And today, stability has become a very dynamic concept, okay, where the spans of career have fallen. But I think you should really kind of not be a person who joins a company to leave within 2 years, 3 years. It's not seen to be positive. So choose your first job after PGCGM carefully. You have multiple choices, and especially that the job market, there is a buoyancy which has come back now after 2 consecutive years of very poor campus shows. Now there's a bit of a bouncing back industry does now, and I'm quite sure, go with confidence, look for a place where you will blossom forth. where some of your innate needs are likely to be met there. And look at the kind of team, look at the kind of ambience which you will have, but more importantly, a place which will allow you to develop a concept by yourself. And they would even like to give you wings to take off. Okay, and there are many companies like that too today, who are very consciously saying we want an entrepreneurial ecosystem within our company. And so some of the earlier choice one are really kind of getting passed by. And these companies where you can be your own master very quickly, even if it means working hard in a lot less luxurious space for a short while, is the price you may have to pay for it, in my view. And these are choices which are as good, if not better, than the old, traditional, stable, multinational varieties, who are today being taken on by the Davids of the new unicorns, who are really attempting to change the structure itself of the industry. So I would strongly commend these organizations for you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, such a pleasure meeting you. A lot more interaction I would have loved to have. Communicate with me in WhatsApp and email. I like to see responses. I've sent my coordinates there. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of XLRI ExPGDM, sir. I'm filled with gratitude as a thank you to join us today. Your life lessons and the valuable lessons on entrepreneurship, leadership, I'm sure will guide us a lot to become better leaders tomorrow.
Yeah, and please send me the placement brochure along with people who may be interested in coming to CL. CL will send you the write-up separately to your placement officer or whatever on the needs and things like that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
I would now roll over the floor to Piyush.
Thank you, Anam. Okay, thank you, Anam and Sarvesh. It was really an incredible afternoon, and really amazing to have Mr. K. Pandya among us all, who is nothing but one of us, the former XLRI alumnus. Now I would like to hand over the stage to the placement committee, who will be sharing the class profile of Executive PGDM class of 2021-22. I request Placement Committee's General Secretary, Anam Gwaliori, Deputy General Secretary, Tushar Sinha, and Arya Ingle to showcase the class profile. Over to you, Anam.
Thank you, Piyush, and the organizers for giving us this opportunity to make our batch familiar with the audience here. Now, before we introduce this eclectic batch to you, I would like to take this opportunity to pay homage to this esteemed and prestigious institution, XLRI, which was founded in 1949 by few visionary Jesuit fathers with a vision to bring about a very good change in the economy and society at large. We are privileged to be a part of this amazing institution, which since its inception has strived to bring a management school with a difference. It is a matter of great pride for us that our institution has received several prestigious accreditations and has been ranked #1 by private MBA college by the Outlook 2020, ranked #2 B School by the Economic Times 2020, and has also achieved a topmost level 5 of pioneering B School rating earlier this year by the World Economic Forum. It is a matter of great pride for us also to be a part of this prestigious course ExPGDM, which is one of the oldest and topmost one-year MBA programs in India for experienced professionals coming from diverse backgrounds. I'm privileged to be a part of this course and learn from this academic excellence, the course which has touched great frontiers in academics and professional arenas. I would now like to hand over the floor to my colleague Tushar to take you through to the batch. Thank you.
Thank you, Anam. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, let me introduce the batch. The XPGDM batch of 21-22 consists of 114 talented and experienced professionals with an eager beaver attitude. The batch has a striking gender diversity of 61% male and 39% females, one of the best gender diversity in one-year MBA programs in India. The cohort has an average of about 6 years of work experience across industries, coupled with varied national and international exposure. Talking about functional diversity in our cohort, it constitutes of a mix of 46% non-IT, 54% IT professional, who bring rich experience from Fortune 500 companies, Big Four, startups, and other leading organizations. They have also previously worked in multiple mid and top management roles spread across various sectors in the industry. Moving to the professional experience of the batch, some more details on that. In the core sectors, we have representation from automobile, consulting, manufacturing, construction, retails, amongst many other. Under IT experience, we have professionals who have previously worked on ERP, consulting, BFSI, e-commerce, and engineering domains, amongst many others. Now, talking about ExPGDM's program, the unique proposition, the program is well curated to create the future leaders. It has a right blend of classroom learning and industry experience, which we can see in the 3 verticals. Taking the first vertical, classroom learning, ExPGDM has a cutting-edge curriculum which has a continuously evolving pedagogy to meet the corporate needs. We have a right mix of core subjects and electives to match the aspiration of students as well as the industry demand. Also, we have a great emphasis on the ethical and social aspects of management under the classroom learning. In the second vertical, we have the industry learning, where the students are given industry exposure through various programs. Starting with the first one, mentorship program, wherein student gets to choose from a list of more than 200 mentors aligning to their career aspirations. These mentors are industry experts who provide continuous constructive feedback to the students for their career goals. Secondly, we have a series of leadership talks as concepts and even individual guest speakers, wherein students interact with industry stalwarts. Also, we have corporate workshops where necessary upskilling through certified learnings are provided to match the students with the latest trends in the market. Now, with classroom learning and the industry exposure, the last bit comes on the application of learning. So in this, the student also gets opportunity to have real-time application in the virtual internships and even on the corporate competitions. They get to solve the business problems through their analytical and problem-solving skills, making them completely future-ready to take the future assignments in any corporate. So overall, this sums up the information on the batch and their engagement in the program. Now, I would like to hand it over to Arya.
Thank you, Tushar. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Through the past year, we are delighted to have achieved 100% placement for the class of 2021, despite the pandemic year. The batch comprised the finest handpicked talents who brought in rich experiences from core, service sector firms, and startups, propelling a dynamic placement process. We received an overwhelming response from organizations with over 100 plus new recruiters on board. Now, as we move towards preparing to commence our placement season this year, XLRI brings to you leaders equipped with cross-industry experiences and learnings enhanced by a rich pedagogy. Further, our cohort comes with a rich experience across multiple domains such as product management, consulting, software technology, and marketing, to name a few. The program offers the perfect blend of classroom learning riveted with enriching corporate relations. We present to you the ExPGDM batch of 2022 as an eclectic cohort of 114 bright, future-ready leaders. For any further collaborations, such as corporate projects, virtual internships, or placement opportunities, please reach out to us at the given details. We would be happy to connect with you. Thank you. With this, I hand over the stage to Piyush.
Thank you, Arya. Thank you, Arya. Thank you, Annam. Thank you, Tushar, for briefing us about the Executive PGDM class of 2021. Now, as you all aware that we are almost near to the flag end of this conclave, and I hope this has been really a productive 2 days for all of you, and you have surely gained a lot of insights from different speakers, and you got multiple opportunities to meet different industry leaders who come from different industry backgrounds, from industry functions, different and which are world's top global companies now as of now. So with this, I would like to call upon the Conclave team to the on spotlight, if they can please. So, dear all attendees, it is my pleasure to bring to you the Conclave team who have been the backbone of this entire event for 2 days, who have spent a lot of efforts in planning and executing this program, and to bring to you the wonderful moments that you had over the last couple of days. Let me introduce you the Conclave team members one by one. Charulata, Jerai. Charu, if you can just wave your hand to the audience. Yeah. Then we have Manish Budwar. We have Nupush Srivastav, Sarika Katiyar, Shirish Upadhyay.
Hello.
And lastly, I'm one of them. So thank you. Okay. So thank you everyone for your support. And it has been wonderful to have you all here for these sessions. So we'll just proceed with vote of thanks in a few minutes time. Thank you for your patience.
After a successful driven tech career in TCS, I was looking to expand my knowledge in business. XLRI being one of the first 4 B schools across the world and first in India to start a 1-year MBA program, which is currently known as ExPGDM. This is the reason why I joined XLRI. The program not only hones our leadership skills and creates a solid foundation of knowledge, but also empowers us to think beyond the possible. During my tenure here, I'm learning from the best faculty, networking with a really talented bunch of people, and also participating in numerous activities, which is honing my leadership skills. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. We have with us Associate Dean of XLRI Jamshedpur, Dr. Debashish Pradhan. And I request Dr. Sir to, if you can please give a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Piyush. Thank you for this opportunity. And I must congratulate you and your team for successfully conducting this event, Conclave, which is titled KRONOS' Human Resources Conclave 2021, on the theme, redefining the role of human resources for the future. And it has been a resounding success, which I was closely watching. And in this event, we have been very fortunate to have many eminent industry leaders and accomplished decision makers who have kindly agreed to grace the occasion and share their insights with us. I would profusely thank Ms. Deepa Narayanan, Vice President, Employee Success at Salesforce, for delivering the Chief Guest address on rethinking HRM amidst disruption. And it was so well received. And I must thank again Ms. Narayanan to kindly grace such events in future as well. I thank Professor Ashish Kepani, Dean Academics, for delivering the inaugural address, and Professor Anita Sarkar, Chairperson HRM area, for delivering the welcome address. So it actually set a wonderful tone for the whole conclave on the first day. Then we had another keynote address by Ms. Rajalakshmi Saikia, and I must thank Ms. Saikia profusely for delivering the address. She holds the position of Vice President, Global Learning Operations, Genpact. And the theme of her talk was Next Gen HRM. Thereafter, we had a town hall with the leaders on the theme Decoding Diversity and Inclusion. I would like to thank Dr. Sweta Mahapatra, Director, Diversity Strategies and Research, TIA, Ms. Shriya Datta, Director, HR in India, HR Lead, Qualcomm, Ms. Monica Dhar, General Manager, HR, Reliance Industries, Ms. Puneet Rajput, Senior Director, Human Resources, India and South Asia, Thermo Fisher Scientific, for kindly joining us for this wonderful panel discussion. It was very informative, and our students have benefited immensely from this. I would also like to especially thank Dr. Shreshi Chakraborty, Chairperson, Center for Gender Equality and Inclusive Leadership, for effectively moderating the session. I'd like to thank Ms. Susan Matthew, HR Head, LinkedIn, for delivering the talk on human resources planning during COVID-19, which was very helpful and timely, because in these turbulent times, our students are looking forward to learning things which would help them in navigating and managing their work and studies better. So thank you so much, Ms. Matthew, for delivering your talk. And then we had a very insightful session, which was named Expert Ski Pathsala. And I must thank Ms. Anish Raj, Mr. Anish Raj, Director HR, Centio, and Mr. Bipin Sharma, Head HR Strategy, Analytics, and HR Innovation Lab, Tata Steel. This was very helpful for our students because they could see how things are done, and they have learned a lot from these sessions. And what a wonderful way to start the second of the conclave, when you had two most renowned names from the industry, from two most respected global corporations, one respected global corporation, which is Nestle Corporations. We had Mr. Suresh Narayanan, the Chairman and Managing Director of Nestle India. And I profusely thank you, sir, for having joined this particular session and delivering the keynote address on leadership agility. And we specifically have aimed to produce responsible leaders in this program, and therefore your session was very beneficial for all of our students. I would also especially thank Mr. Anurag Patnaik, Head of HR Human Resources, Nestle India, for delivering the talk on how to be the best candidate for hiring. I don't think there could be a better session than this, because our students are looking forward to such sessions wherein they would like to really know how to be the best candidate in every interview and every test that they face. We had Mr. Abhijit Bhaduri for our plenary address. And I must thank him for kindly agreeing to join us in this conclave. As you know, Mr. Bhaduri is the founder and CEO of Abhijit Bhaduri and Associates, leadership and personal branding coach. And the talk was centered around careers in a hybrid corporate world. So thank you, Mr. Bhaduri, for joining us, taking time out of your very busy schedule and sharing the insights with us. I think each of our students wants to be a brand, wants to be somebody who actually could contribute. And the way you have contributed, they have been looking forward to learning from you, and they have immensely benefited from your sessions. And thereafter, we had a heart-to-heart chat with one of the most eminent personalities. And he is no other than Mr. K. Pandirajan. And I profusely thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your insights about how you established Mafua Group and the CIL HR services. And each one of our students have benefited immensely from your session, and they would like to chart out their own path and take some lessons that you have shared with them. I would like to thank Father Paul Fernandez, Director of XLRI, for kindly allowing us and supporting us and encouraging us to hold this conclave. So we have been part of several rounds of discussion with him to take his guidance, how exactly to conduct this conclave and to make the most of this opportunity, learn optimally from these sessions. I would also like to thank Father Donald De Silva, Dean A&F, for supporting us in every step which was required to reach these final stages of the conclave, and we are now nearing the completion of the conclave. I would like to thank Professor A. Kannagraj, the placement convener and chairperson of XLRI, for supporting in this initiative and taking special interest in helping us out in arranging this conclave. I'd like to thank each one of my faculty colleagues here at XLRI who have been helping us and guiding us in arranging these insightful sessions. I'd like to thank the support staff of XLRI. Last but not the least, the IT team of XLRI, without which we won't have imagined this conclave. And I'm sure that we have suddenly come to the end of the conclave where we'd like to adjourn, but not really complete it, not really conclude it, because we'd like to meet again. And I would like to invite each one of you, the eminent leaders and the industry captains, to XLRI in the future events as well, and grace us and help our students. And you know now that if you're looking for, searching for some of the most ethical, responsible, effective leaders of tomorrow, there is an address, and that is XLRI Jamshedpur. So you must look at each one of our 114 executive PGDM students who have arranged this particular conclave, each one of them possess sharp analytical skills, also have come through a very grueling process of tests and interviews. And I'm confidently saying that each one of them would be one of the most effective and responsible leaders of tomorrow. So please look for talent within this batch. If you need anybody that you want to rely on and you think could carry on the legacy of your company, this is the batch. Thank you very much. I would also thank you because you have been kind enough to grace this occasion in this very, very difficult and turbulent time, and wherein you'd be responsible for so many things. In spite of that, you have spare time to be with us. And thank you, each one of you, the students of this batch who have managed it so brilliantly. And we have seen so many interesting sessions in these last 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for a wonderful closing.
Thank you.
I think it's time to close the curtains. So thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.